no! Guys, something fucking crazy happened. No, I'm talking about the drama. Remember when I told you guys that a fly made it inside my house? Now I just find out there's like 8 flies now. Or more. I've been running around spraying Windex at them. And this is why I'm late. I kept finding more. I'm like, you must die. I think they've been multiplying. I must get every single one of them. I chased one of them over like across my place until it finally landed and I sprayed it with Windex. It smells like Windex everywhere. At least I ended up cleaning my windows. Take your garbage out? Yeah, I took it out this morning. It was too full. Get a fly trap? Well, I think I got all of them now. But I wasted a lot of Windex. It's so warm today. I have AC, thankfully. What are gnats? They're like the black ones. Clean the piss keyboard. No, they're the big flies. Eh, boy, I think I got all of them. I just hope there's no eggs or something. Oh, that's so gross. That's so gross. And then I was screaming, trying to get their dead bodies to the garbage. Ew, brother, ew. So gross. Oh boy. I found this skit yesterday that was so funny. I felt called out. Slop channels after saying they make video essays. Today's topic is gonna be like this, by the way. Hold up. This is relevant.
Once again, I want to reiterate that the aforementioned situation is indeed crazy. Bye, everyone.
That's actually me, though. X situation is crazy. The Rima mold situation is crazy.
So, you watched my new video essay? You just recorded it. Already has 4.8 million views. What's it about? Well, it's about how that situation, you know, it is crazy. What situation? You know, I forgot specifically, but it is crazy. I'll get to it. Dude, you love video essays. Why won't you ever watch mine? No, I love listening to your unfiltered thoughts about trending topics sometimes, for sure, but, video essay? So now you're the word police. It's not a video essay. So what is a video essay then? Well, I'd say it's a video structured like an essay, presents an argument and supports it with evidence, a conclusion that sums up the assertions that were made in the body of the essay. What part of situation is crazy don't you understand? I'm not being an elitist asshole. Yeah, you are a little bit. I just care about accurate descriptions of content categories. So what makes a video essay different from a commentary video? I think video essays can be commentary videos, but not all commentary videos can be video essays. You're running out of bullshit. Words have meaning. Is not this short comedic horizontal video a video essay in dramatic form? Don't be meta. It's not cute anymore. Situation is crazy.
Don't be meta. I like this. Did you read Bad Thinking Diary like I suggested? No, I haven't. You get a cup filled with apple cider vinegar and a little dish soap and change it out. It's full of fly corpse. Ew. Yeah, I'm gonna do that if there's still some tomorrow. I've trapped some of them between like like there's a door net. I don't know how to call these in English. I have a door that's made out of a net, and then I trapped some of them between the net and the door. So now I can't go outside though until they're dead or they're gonna come in.
The video essay. Stop. The old world is burning. Shorts are 10 minutes long. Minecraft can be cinema. Okay, fine. You're right. You're right. All right. Nothing matters. Nothing matters anymore.
Minecraft can be cinema is a crazy line.
Great. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Oh yeah, screen door. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, extra Emily's been banned. I don't know for what though. What did she do? Can't wait for a return card stream in 24 hours. Oh, did she do something in a car? She drove while streaming and reading chat? And that's a... Oh, that's a Twitch ban? Oh, Japan lost, man. Rip Blue Lock. They're out. She almost hit someone? Why isn't this on? It should be on livestream failed. Wait, she's so cute. Sometimes I think streamers that travel for their content probably have the best life. What is this website? Mia flexes her piano skills. AMP lawsuit? What's the AMP lawsuit? XQC also almost crashed his car, I guess. Extra Emily has a near miss, is that it? Wait, I don't have sound. Is there supposed to be sound? Oh. That was close. Did she lane change or did the other car lane change? Oh, she was gonna lane change, but she didn't check her, like, dead angle, her blind angle. Yeah. She started turning before looking? Yup. She didn't even put on her blinkers? Yeah, why look before merging when you need to talk to chat? That's like the most stressful part of driving is merging from a, like, highway, shoulder, whatever it's called. Not being a stereotype? Is there a stereotype that Asian women are a bad driver or something? Normally I find these supposed to be a bit overly exaggerated, but dude, lane changing 101 is you look in your side mirror, then do a quick neck check over your shoulder to check the blind spot. She didn't do either one. Just put the goddamn phone away. She didn't even check her mirror? Yeah, no, she wasn't. Oh my god. She's gonna get into an accident. This is not her first car scandal. Yeah, I saw some people attacking Iron Mouse for the cosplay thing. It's stupid. There's also so much drama about love and deep space. Oh my god. Yeah, let me, what are my topics? Also, there's a new Frogan tweet. Alright, so... let me switch to my streaming account. I tweeted about this too. Because I actually started watching Witch Hat Atelier. It's kind of cool that they're doing collabs with VTubers. I guess it's not them doing collab, it's Crunchyroll. I don't. VTuber Iron Mouse has revealed special Witch Hat Atelier inspired outfit created in collab with Crunchyroll for tonight's episode 1 watch along stream. Iron Mouse had to make a correction as the planned watch along stream and Avatar debut was not originally intended for last night. It's weird seeing Iron Mouse in these colors. She's usually in pink. But she got a pink model too. Designed by May. Well, illustrated by May. She looks a little bit more like herself. But people have an issue with it too. There's two types of reaction to this. Huh? I was lit watching the stream. I never saw this. Oh my god. And then this person isn't that the W word who fakes illness for money and sympathy? Mouse without pink looks cursed as hell for some reason, like blue Mario or yellow Luigi. There's been some like tweets on Twitter complaining about it. My 2 cents about the Iron Mouse Witch Hat Atelier cosplay is that particular model just comes across as sleazy because a proper cosplay would have at least binded their chest. The other model is super cute though. They're mad because she has boobs? Okay. Her bad, I guess. The most industry planned VTuber shilling the most industry planned anime, all sponsored by globalist anime websites. Yeah, very successful manga released 10 years ago is now an industry plant. But that's the same tweet we read earlier. More proof that anime is an industry plant. Why are people saying Witch Hat Atelier is an industry plant? Because the EU shield for it? What does that mean? Did that happen? Not gonna lie, I would believe that JJK is an industry plan with enough developed arguments. Freer not so much. It was hated due to being hateful, and so about the demons. Anything that get targeted by such ridiculous things can't be an industry plan. You didn't tell me why you think Witch Hat is an industry plant. I wanted to take those examples out of the table before answering, since I don't believe either are the same situation as Witch Hat Israel. What? Unless someone proves me JJK is indeed the same situation. How did we bring the Israel conflict into this? As for why I believe it's an industry plan, it's simple. Advertising. And that took a left turn real quick. In the last month, I've seen a lot of Witch Hat Atelier's advertising. Some even comparing it to Dungeon Meshi and calling it one of the big 3 fantasy mangas of our time. Yeah, people compare it to Dungeon Meshi because of the aesthetic, I believe. Same with how people compare it to Freeran. Oh my god! Xena Alexander! Big raid! Thank you, Xena! Welcome everybody. How's it going? Sorry to raid and run. No worries. You go do your thing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're just making fun of people criticizing Iron Mouse for her Witch Hat Atelier collab. I didn't know it could make people that angry. Well, some organization advertising it feels way too unnatural to me. I feel like I'm having an aneurysm. Okay, well, at least this person is normal. Why the fuck does Israel have to do with anything? And ads, that's it? I don't like it, and it has ads, so it's an industry plan. That's it? That's your fucking reasoning? One, it's a joke. It's meant for you to laugh. If you don't, then don't try to analyze it. It's not rocket science. Two, yes, do you have any problem with that? If you don't like it, then hit the road again. Not rocket science. I see. So it was just a worthless opinion, a rage bait. Okay, bye then. Have a nice day. What is this exchange? I did not expect to stumble on that. You know, sometimes it is worth it to click on the replies. That is, where's the joke? What is the joke here? What is the punchline? What is the punchline in this if this is a joke? Yeah, the backpedaling, yeah, I'm joking. It's the joke, yeah. A shit hat atelier. What the? Why do you not like it? It's not because of Verge, it's an insanely boring anime that has nothing but beautiful animation. I'll be fair in saying that this anime is for little girls mostly, so I'm not the target audience. I wouldn't say it's for little girls. There's little girls in it, doesn't mean it's for little girls. The guy's hot. Iron Mouse LARPing as a witch hat fan is crazy. Literally watching the show, you stupid idiot. I'll be so for real. I mean this as a joke as a fan of Iron Mouse, but people agreeing with me seriously are dumb. Oh, he was being sarcastic. Well. Alright, Rage Bait, I see it as a joke. Oh, he wrote joke after. False flag. The guy is hot indeed. Yeah, it's just his name is very unfortunate. What's his name again? It's like Mr. Name of hot dude in witch hat atelier. Quiffrey. Mr. Quiffrey. That is the least sexiest name ever. Imagine you're in bed with Quiffrey. That's the name you gotta like say out loud. That's the name you gotta moan out. Quiffrey. Mr. Quiff. Very unfortunate. Oh, it's pronounced Keyfree. Oh. Hi, Deja. With a happy and a accent, it would sound normal. Don't worry. That's not any better. Name of hot dude, Rima typed. I did type that. Name of hot dude in which hat atelier is what I googled. Sorry, I can't let you slander witch father like this. Listen, I love him. He's great. It's just that his name is not cutting it for me. Maybe his first name's better. Oh yeah. Oh no, here comes the child sexualization tweet. Holy shit, it got 1 million views. How did I miss this? Name of hot dude is a keyboard macro, so Rima doesn't have to type it as much. Yes. Yes, indeed. When I type NA in my phone, it auto completes to name of hot dude. So anyway, this person is there with the hot take. Sorry for this. Sorry, this is really weird to me. It's a drawing of a 12-year-old girl. Why would you intentionally make her look like that against all physical logic of her uniform style and everything? Question mark, question mark. Honestly, gonna lose my patience if I have to deal with more illiterate pancake wafflers. There's no justification for unnaturally sexualizing yourself when you're cosplaying a child. So I'm just gonna screenshot everything here instead of typing it out. Oh my god. 1. This is not just a woman with breast. I have breast. Breasts don't work like that. No, they do work like that, actually. What do you mean? For elaboration on what the issue is, see number 2. And for elaboration on realism, see number 3. 2. It's a model of a person who depicts themselves sexually, which I don't give a fuck about. Do what you want in this case. However, when you change the physical nature of the body and the logic of the cosplayed underage character's clothes in favor of being sexual, it's a problem. Brother, this is sexual? How is this sexual? Brother, how is this sexual? She's covered from head to toe, my dude. What is this physical logic? The curves of consent? She's covered from head to toe. Three, the chest starts from the collarbone for some reason. Again, I don't care about anatomical errors, but considering the quality of the rest of the art, it's not an error. It's a visual choice. Additionally, we have a whole sequence of Coco putting on the uniform. It's entirely impossible for it to work the way it's shaded here on any chest size, unless it was tailored to be sexuals and additionally had the cloth at the chest pushed in at the center. Not an ounce of realism, so don't bullshit me with how it's just a regular chest, okay? It's not pushed in there. This is actually how it would fall, though. Like it's an A-line dress. Like the seam goes here, the chest push it out like this. Yeah, wait till they see 80s anime. Oh boy. For realism is not the subject here. We are all humans. We know shit isn't done a certain way out of creative freedom. We can all see the kind of audience and reaction the creators of those things want, especially when it comes to how particularly younger women are depicted. Dom, dom, dom. I don't know anything about Iron Mouse. Yeah, well, I could have guessed that. So I'm not saying anything about her as a person, but this specific situation is a symptom of... Wow! We're throwing in the big buzzwords in it. Hold up. It's a symptom of misogyny in the industry at large, and it's bullshit to ignore it the way people do. I'm sorry. That's misogyny? I like her thing. I'm a woman. I like her cosplay. What? Misogyny name dropped. To cosplay not actual Coco, referred to two. Okay, this is just a word salad. Last note. Americans DNI. Americans do not interact. I seriously don't have the patience to deal with whatever you people were fed in school. What are you people fed in school? Burgers and pasta? What do they feed people in school where she comes from? My sources that I made it the fuck up. Cardboard pizza. It's like if I cosplay a character of a high school student, a fictional high school student, mind you, and I put the dress on me, a woman who has boobs, that doesn't mean I'm automatically sexualizing it. If I'd be sexualizing it, I'd change the outfit to make it more skimpy, I'd shorten the skirt, take some lewd photos with it. Like, this is not it, even by their standards. Even if you disregard the whole it's fucking pixels drawing, so who cares argument. think the thing you're missing here is just that a VTuber model is both branding and a sauna. All the sexual and also Iron Mouse is not that sexual. She's like an adult. She'll do like sexual jokes just like all adults do. But she's not like a Lutuber. Her streams are not overly sexual. It's pretty family friendly. It's as family friendly as you can get. All the sexual feature here is just representing an adult. Exactly! Which is, and also I think it's better she presents herself as such. Dude, if she made herself flat, people would have also roasted her. They would have roasted her for sexualizing a lolly. Even more. What the mental gymnastics? Yeah, actually, this meme though. Put up a wall around them, draw some monsters on it, and then sleep terrified at night. Actually, you are an actual PDF file. Do I dare look at the corporate weights? Yeah, she still swears like a Latina. Usually I'm all for this level of woke. This is such a funny way to start a tweet. Usually I'm all for this level of woke. But if you look into Iron Mouse for more than 5 seconds, you'll know she cosplays with her VTuber avatar, hence why her eyes are pink. Big titties aren't inherently sexuals, it's how her model usually looks. Also, it's inspired by this character. I'm level 1 billion woke, actually. I've read the whole thread and, you know, maybe the internet is not for you. Generally, like, maybe you shouldn't be online. Legit. These people are bred online. Are these people... Do they just all get them from the same factory or something? They're like the flies that are multiplying in my house. They all came from the same spot. Like, they're all built from the same mold or some shit. There's like a secret factory somewhere in the world producing these people. They can't just spawn out of nowhere. This is sexual, guys. Where are we? If we need a factory reset, we need to send them back. Yeah, it's tiring to see people trying to quit large breasts to being sexuals. I remember back in high schools, you know, the girls that were more developed, they really struggled with the big breasts, especially during ED classes. It's not always... I think girls that have like large breasts, most of the time, they think it's more trouble than it's worth. Posts like this make me kind of sad because, like, I want to cosplay one of the girls that'd be accused of sexualizing a child because I have a very large chest and I have no control over it. It causes me chronic pain. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the time they get back pain from it. And I can't even bind because of the size. So apparently that's disgusting of me. Yeah, because they're heavy, exactly. And sometimes they also need specialized bras for them. Like, imagine having to go to a specialized bra store because they don't make commercial sizes of your boobas. While I'm out there never even wearing a bra. Like, I don't even need one. This is money you gotta budget for this, man. This is like a time commitment. They gotta measure you and shit. I call bullshit on it not being able to bind. No, like, dude, if it's big, if it's like F or more, how can you bind? It's just gonna look squished. But the volume, like the mask gotta go somewhere. It's gonna go sideways. It's not gonna disappear. It doesn't go inside. They're not like tucking their breasts. It's a cosplay and inspired outfit. Y'all just grasping at straws. Oh boy. Oh my god, respectfully shut the F up. You can't have big boobs anymore because of the woke. Don't make me defend a VTuber. Even the VTuber antis are defending this. It's obviously her model cosplaying as Coco, not Coco herself, facepalm. Oh boy. We got the cosplay of consent. The same reason some guys can't wear skinny jeans. Ooh, I never even thought of this. Well, I guess that would apply to girls too. Wait, you mean because of their ties or because of something else? Hold up. My brain is expanding. To be fair, no guy should wear skinny jeans. Yeah, skinny jeans are out. They're out, okay? Unless you're a rock star. Now it's all about large jeans. Thank God I love large jeans. I don't really wear a lot of jeans. I think they're uncomfortable. But I wear jorts. In other news, well, not really news, but more like drama. Twitch streamer Frogans and YouTuber Ethan Klein's default judgment hearing is set for August 10th, 2026. If she and her attorney respond, Frogan will be arguing the amount for damages owed. Frogan is estimated to owe 180K in damages. Frogan jump scare, my bad. I should have warned you guys. I need to do disclaimers before showing her on screen. Yo, so he won. I stopped following this for a bit, but I guess he's winning some of these lawsuits. I guess he started suing somebody else, right? And he overstepped there, I think. Some people were upset at him for that. Yeah, what does that mean, won by default? Is that she didn't like pay her lawyer? Because I saw some people say that. I wonder if her lawyer quit on her. I suspect she never paid him the $900. I was told it wasn't a judgment, and the clerks can't give a default judgment, even though you can easily Google that clerks are 100% allowed to do that. She can't afford this. No. She just didn't show up to court, and he won by default. Why wouldn't she show? She's got to pay $180,000 now. She had a clip. Let's see. Twitch streamer Frogan's entire response to the lawsuit update, since she seems to have deleted the stream. Her mic is broken. If you hear bad audio, it's in the clip.
Oh, okay. Now I know why people are coming in here. That's so funny. So there was a lawsuit update today.
Her eyebrows are like they are like art. Like, oh my god, the frame I paused this in. They are arched like a villain. Like she looks like a cartoon villain. God, the nails are something else, bro.
LOL. Hold on. I gotta do something. The update is Ethan's lawyer submitted paperwork asking for $180,000.
How is she finding up about the sorry, let me speak properly this time. How is she finding out about this update from the internet as she's streaming? Hello? Shouldn't she be aware of this, like, before anybody else? Hi, Defaulty. Did she fall asleep? She's supposed to have a lawyer, but I guess she defaulted, so...
Not even laughable, disgusting. I'm gonna be real with you. It is what it is. No wonder one of them mentioned 180. I was like, 180? I was like, my student loans? I was like, what?
Yeah, but what happens if you don't have the funds to pay it back? Is that because... Is that why she's not stressed about it? Because she knows she doesn't have the money to pay it back? Because I know some people that have that have sued other people. Like, usually it's tenants that are defaulting, that are not paying rent, and if they're like dead broke, they just never get the money back. They can only sue them to like get them out of the apartment, but they never get the money back. But I wonder if it's like a more severe... If it's a more severe like indictment, can they grab, like, can they intercept like paychecks from her? Like, how does it work actually? Wages get garnished? Oh, that's what it's called. Yeah, wages get garnished when they like take your paychecks. Actually getting the money is hard sometimes. We kind of just started Antique. You can have the funds garnished from your paychecks or from Twitch payments. I think with this judgment, Ethan can put a garnish on their wages as long as he knows the employer, which is Twitch.
180? I could go to the iDubbbz route. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not apologizing for shit. I'm not apologizing for jack shit. I'd rather peel my toenails off one by one and pluck every single hair follicle I have than apologize to Ethan. I have nothing to apologize for.
Okay. Court wouldn't garnish beyond an amount that lets her survive. If she doesn't make enough, she's not paying anything. This is kind of crazy because these guys are all like Hassan orbiters, and they're all hard batting for Hassan. They've been like taking all the heat for him. Hassan's the only one not getting sued, and he's the one that's the richest out of all of them. Didn't Hassan promise to pay for their lawsuit because it was against Ethan? Did he?
My eyelashes out too. Like, I'm sorry, dude. I'm not like, the thing is, Ethan and Ian had like an existing relationship. I didn't. But at the end of the day, guys, don't worry. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. Don't worry.
Cooking what? You lost!
People love to think that I'm ignoring everything happening. I'm not. I didn't know there's an update. I guess it just happened like 2 hours ago, which is after business hours for lawyers. But don't worry.
Okay.
It's honestly crazy. There's so many jobless, unshowered cowards coming in here trying to dunk on me. Yeah, I know. It is what it is.
Bro, she's made herself literally one of the most unlikable person on the internet. Like, for real. What is she cooking? I think she's just planning on not paying. She used the defunds funds for DoorDash. She's not even cooking her own food. That is diabolical.
She's taking her business late. I am.
That could be an AI music video from that one guy that does the shock my dog. I don't know what she asked Blanche. She says she's cooking. But she didn't. She defaulted to judgment. Why? Yeah, this is a video for Gucci Marks. Bye bye hamburger.
Hold on, I'm so sorry.
Hassan did say, if I offer support, you won't know about it. So he did offer their support.
Oh my god, bro. But yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, you know I'm very transparent with you guys. And if I genuinely had anything to worry about or if I was worried, I would have expressed that to you. You know? I'm very open, especially with shit like this. But just know that I'm cooking. Okay? Just know that mama's cooking.
Okay. Sarah! Sarah, the 5 YouTube membership gifted. Thank you, Sarah. Have a great day at work. I love that Sarah just hangs out at work. Thank you so much.
Is my tea. Yeah, scuba. And like Chef Rogan's cooking, yeah. I mean, I would hope to think that you guys don't think I'm stupid. And yeah, at the end of
oh my god.
My mic, bro. I'm hoping that at the end of the day, you guys don't think I'm stupid, you know? And yeah.
No, we do think you're stupid actually. We actually do think that. Oh, you're heading to work soon, Sarah?
Yeah.
That's funny because her nails and lips and the entire look is that. Did I upload that emote actually on YouTube? It's like the Rima Yas emote, which is satire. How can I show you guys this? Hold up. I have an emote that's actually like, it looks like her. But it's meant to be a joke. Oh, I'll play the video in the meantime.
Excuse me. I'm curious how you can cook on a default judgment. I can cook, but also like obviously I'm not gonna say what's happening. But anyways, the whole point is they have to prove damages. Damages have to be proven. This is federal court.
Oh, it's It's federal
And
court?
one last thing on this, guys. This is the amount of commentary I did during the content nuke. The yellow is normal speed, green is 1.5 speed, and blue is 1.75 speed.
Where's the blue?
Okay. And if I remember correctly, I had the video paused 52% of the time. And the average length of unpaused playing was 23.3 seconds. And if Ethan said that my lawyer wasn't responsive, he's a fucking liar because he knows our lawyers have been talking.
But it wouldn't be Ethan, it'd be the clerks who gave her the default judgment. And also, didn't she say that she was specifically watching... Did she watch his video directly? Is she the one that watched the video directly, or is that the other red-haired girl, Denims, that was saying, like, let's all... They were encouraging each other not to watch it from his channel so he would miss out on money.
He knows our lawyers have been talking since the end of July of last year.
It was Bofer and Denims? Oh, that was Denims who said not to watch and she's completely in the clear now? How is Denims in the clear? Denims is also, like, an awful person. Like, it doesn't even have anything to do with politics or anything at this point. They're just like horrible people. All of them.
Lawyers talking and official court docs filed are two different things. Yes. So, exactly. Nobody knows what the fuck has been happening besides our lawyers.
But you defaulted.
All filed court docs for the case are public. Exactly. So imagine how much we were talking in private. Is what I'm getting at.
Ethan didn't have a case, but I thought they both said that they weren't gonna give him money. By, like, not watching his video. But it's been a while, so I'm not entirely sure on what happened. But they were basically saying they were going to steal this revenue. So whoever's saying if Ethan didn't have a case... If you think Ethan has a case and Fergus has a case for Rima right now, but that's not true, is it? I'm not watching this for from a second party, and I'm not, like, gloating that I'm doing it from, you know, this Clipper's channel so she doesn't get any money, which is what they did. That was the big difference. Denham's lawyers were smart enough to use Ethan's own defense from his last lawsuit he won against him. Yeah, his lawsuit set up a lot of precedents for fair use. Can someone summarize this case so far? Maybe I can look up a video after, because I'm also out of the loop. Kind of just relying on chat right now.
And at the end of the day, me personally, I don't understand why people stalk the docket. It's so crazy to me. Like, it's crazy to me how Reddit found out before I did.
Yeah, it
Like,
is crazy. You should be on top of that. That's your fault, though. That's you. That's you, Frogan.
I think that's kind of insane. Like, people are coming in here telling me shit I didn't even know about my own lawsuit right now. Because this shit's happening after hours. You know?
I think the whole snarker subreddit and that whole group are also like extremely unhinged. That's probably a separate thing from the lawsuit, or I don't know if that was even brought as an argument at one point. Probably has nothing to do with he probably like stuck her with whatever he could. What's the count thing? Count 52? It's probably some subs or something. 5 gifted, 24 disco piece.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
$52's the number of counts she's been charged with.
But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, girl, I don't know. Girl, I don't fucking know. Girl, anyways. My shoulder hurts. My trap hurts.
She's actually just the new lol cow.
Ew. The moon is beautiful today. Is it actually pink?
Bro, the nails are something else. That's also nails like that are kind of expensive. Like my nails are bare because it's too much upkeep and it costs too much money. And she's got her eyelashes done, her eyebrows done, bro. Don't tell me you can't pay $900 for a lawyer. The eyelashes alone, that's like $300. Has WestJet made a video on Frogan? I'm starting to like WestJet's videos. They're funny. Like his humor is really funny. Oh my god, he made a video on Extra Emily already? How? How does he pull out the videos that fast? The Ethan Klein situation just got worse? Oh, that's with iDubbbz. Oh, because Ethan Klein sued iDubbbz. He's suing everybody. Are all of his lawsuits like well received though? iDubbbz apologized and Ethan dropped the suit. He's suing all the people who promoted calling CPS on him. That was messed up. He's a Vtuber, he has the right to be quick. Yeah, but he does edits in his videos. And like the jokes, like does he just improvise like his script or does he write them? Because his jokes are funny. Man, I'm the one that's way too fucking slow for putting out videos. Fuck my life. Moist Critical had an interesting take. I saw that he was getting shit, but I did not know why. Like, I don't know why. Because again, like, I stepped out of this entire drama. It was like funny for a bit, but then I'm more focused on VTuber drama. And sometimes I can't keep up with both. Yeah, WestJet needs his rant, Rima. Everybody's suing people in 2026. He uploads so fast. Didn't it, like, this happened yesterday, no? Okay, but I get it. His videos are short. Maybe that's why. 9 minute long? Okay, yeah, that's doable. Trainwreck is into drama? Damn, this is the channel where I'm finding out about stuff. He probably has a group of editors. Oh, for sure. Old enough to remember when WestJet made 10 minutes long form video. Ooh, 2 minutes more. Do we want to watch one of them now, or should we talk about the VTuber drama first? Watch Greatness. Should we watch a Moist Critical one?
Massive day for the unemployed. Moist Critical is in hot water, but at least he
I already like how this started. Massive day for the unemployed.
can swim. He got himself into a bit of a pickle that angered Hassad and his goon squad.
How the f do you have such a big audience when you are this irresponsible?
It was a misinput.
Bro covered the H3 versus iDubbbz lawsuit, and that pissed them off. He uploaded.
I like this. See, his soundtrack choice is really good too. Like, I love this. I love the edits. They're like simple but really efficient.
A video titled Useless, and he was very upset.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a pretty poisonous topic where the only winning move is not to play.
So what in the helicopter happened? This unemployed bum was calling out Critical for not being unemployed enough. You can't even make it up.
But I don't, like, doom scroll Twitter and see a bunch of things anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So, like, I don't see a lot of these things that are going on anymore. So like, I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either.
The guy whose entire career is front running whatever's going viral is saying that he doesn't know what's going on the internet.
Yeah, that's what he said. If he's...
Yeah, I don't... yeah, that's what he said. Okay, Winston is actually hilarious. But I don't know if saying that you're not terminally online is gonna convince the terminally online people that you are right, though. He looks like Moist Crickle with more curly hair and way older. And if Moist Crickle was even more of a hippie.
Only looking at the viral stuff, it means he's not online. What?
I mean, obviously, we gotta take his word for it, right? Let's see what videos he's been making.
His shirt is something.
Watch Mojo got even more pathetic. Degenerate cringe. I know you don't care about this. That's your entire channel.
Jesus Christ.
I hate echo chambers. I spit on that.
Oh my god, he's LARPing.
Constantly. I actively shut down the idea that you have to agree with everything I say or else I hate you. You're tacky and I hate you. Throughout all my content, from the womb to the tomb, I have always welcomed discussion and people having a difference of opinion because, as I've always said, I think when you surround yourself with sycophants and you only lock yourself into one way of viewing things, you do yourself a disservice. I think it is a
What did he even say that warranted this reaction?
bad thing to just be constantly locked in a bubble.
And this doesn't just apply to lunatic leftists. This goes for those Trump supporters who are like, release the files, yeah. And then something happens and they're like, well, maybe the files aren't real, actually.
Proudly stating they didn't watch the video, and then getting angry at things they assumed I might have said in it, or attacking me for things that I never said that aren't in the video because they didn't watch it, or they're...
I don't use Twitter, by the way. I don't use Twitter, by the way. For all the lazy-ass thumbnails. Also, he has the Asmongoldie outfit where he only wears a dirty white...
But his thumbnails work, though. His titles work. It's just... And I like that he wears the same thing every day.
white t-shirt in every fucking thumbnail. God, every single video is like, guys, he's gotta stay offline to make his Panda Express tier list.
This guy thinks he's some kind of like...
Oh, he said the lawsuit was a bad idea and looked bad? I thought most people thought that. I thought most people thought he was going too far with that particular lawsuit.
Like commie revolutionary like Che Guevara or something. These people take the politics slop so seriously because they have nothing else going on in their life.
Yo, the politics slop! Truth nuke!
Do you guys realize how far I have just fallen?
Actually making shit up that they're pulling out of their ass that I never said. So it just feels useless to even engage in the topic in that case. Like, it's so odd. Like, one that I didn't expect was just me mentioning that I'm not online as much as I used to be was apparently like a highly debated topic.
In fact, Critical is so offline, he forgot about the rules of the internet. Don't feed the trolls.
I can't be too quick to something or too interested in it, because that's frowned upon, but I also can't be too slow to it or not cover it at all, because then that must mean that I knew about it the whole time.
I might commit career.
Yes, I remember now that there was a few topics that people were really upset with him because he didn't cover them. Like, I think it was about the David thing. I think he released another video that day, and the comment sections were like, "Why aren't you talking about the David thing? Blah, 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 you must be his friend."
Your side here and have moist Critical finish all over my stomach, but guys...
Buck, thank you for the membership.
I think he's losing some major aura here. Who gives a what any of these nerds think? He even knows it's useless himself, but he's still engaging them for some reason.
The way I find out about a lot of the things I cover is through, like I said, friends sending it to me, or when I do stream, which isn't daily, I'm a semi-retired streamer, but when I do stream chat, putting things on my radar, and naturally, what people are probably going to be sending are the popular things, because that's what they've seen. So that's usually what I get sent. But it's not all the time either. Like on his stream as he was scrolling around talking about how it's only like, you know, the big popular stuff, he passed multiple things that weren't. Like that video about not enough people think about this.
Never explain and never complain, big fella. These sheep won't understand the lion either way.
And I say this as someone who has been on the receiving end of Moist Critical's commentary.
Receiving end, huh?
I do think that it sided, perhaps, or gave far too much charitability to the party that is engaging in frivolous litigation.
At least he didn't try to call him a right-wing grifter like iDubbbz.
It's part of the pipeline, though. It's the same reason people wouldn't say Charlie, Moist Critical, is right-wing or like as ideologically out there as like a Nick Fuentes or even Asmongold, right?
I mean, people like this who are so politically captured are honestly not even worth...
What is wrong with iDubbbz, man? Is he so cooked? He is so cooked. Somebody else made a video on iDubbbz. Oh yeah, Willie Max show why iDubbbz deserves his downfall. I think that could be a good react at one point.
Spending your time on. And on the WestJet channel, we love equal representation. Even this girl went after Critical.
Disappointed with Philly D and Charlie. Anyone else, and they'd be all over this.
Oh,
I'm gonna say something
God.
really quickly. First of all, if Ethan was getting sued again, they would have covered it and glazed the shit out of him. Second, cowardly. Cowardly. Oh my god. I don't know if you're just being a little pussy or you got some crazy skeletons in your closet, but dude.
To be fair to Moist,
You got some crazy skeletons in your closet? For the mildest stake, she's accusing him of that? Dana's probably got way more skeletons in her closet. Probably got a few skulls in her closet, actually.
Critical, he didn't even cover the first lawsuits in the first place either, so I don't know what she's going on about.
Cringe. I will accept an apology, man. I will accept an apology. Let the official rulings come out. If it goes to trial, I'll win a trial. And then I didn't want to cover this because I didn't want to get harassed. I can't believe so much of the cowardice online. I am so disappointed by all of the cowardice on the internet. You people would literally, all of you slob tubers would be harmed by a fair use ruling against you.
So recently, Denim's won her tentative ruling against Ethan Klein, who was suing her for reacting to a video, and she's pissed that Critical didn't react to it.
Is being touted as a tentative loss for...
What? That is the context for her being mad about it? You people are roasting the fuck out of him. Why would he react to it?
Or Ethan, which I don't know what a tentative loss really means, because it's not an official loss, it's still an ongoing lawsuit here.
What's a tentative loss?
But the judge had like a very seemingly stern view on it.
I don't know what it is either, to be honest. I'm just the guy who says the word ninja and then bleeps it out so you guys laugh.
All of these people who their content is react content, their content is
I'm the most immature person for laughing at this joke.
Taking other people's content and transforming it, they would be hurt by a ruling that said no react content.
Women.
Other active
TF2.
lawsuits against other creators, and I
TF2.
called him the Nintendo of YouTubers because he's become extremely litigious. But I didn't dive into those other lawsuits because I didn't know much about them. And that claim is apparently extremely hard to believe because everyone thinks and assumes that I am terminally online like I used to be 2 or 3 years ago.
Defending yourself against these people is a futile endeavor. Maybe
Yep.
it's me, maybe I'm overreading it, but I don't know. Not related to Charlie, but who listens to these people? You gotta be down in the absolute dumps to give these people your time. Then again, people watch my channel, but to be fair, I don't push anything on you, at least directly.
Again, a lot of the drama from this isn't even about my take on it, it's about clips of my take on it without even giving why I think that.
Okay, that's just Twitter being Twitter. You really think people nowadays have the attention span to watch a full video without like an AI summary?
I know you don't care about this.
Oh my god,
your...
that's so funny because yesterday there's this, I can say that because I know he won't watch the video, but there's this guy on my highlight channel, and I'm already summarizing situations on the highlight channel for you guys, especially that one video I put out, and every time he asks, what's the TLDR? What's the summary? Like, he won't watch the video. He always asks for a summary, and I can click on people's profile and look at their message history, and all of his previous message are, what's the TLDR? What's the summary? What's the TLDR? I'm like, my brother, just watch the video. It's not like you gotta read a book. I'm not forcing you to read it. Just put it on in the background while you're walking outside or something, please. Yeah, he wants to read my Cliff Notes. Cliff Notes. What's the TLDR of the TLDR? How more brain rotted can you be? Do I need to start making shorts?
Entire channel. Another tweet as a source. Tweet as a source of his video. Tweet as a source of his video. Tweet as a source of his video. I don't use Twitter, by the way. I don't use Twitter, by the way.
This guy okay? He's getting a little too pressed over this. Bro's getting a cortisol spike.
How the f do you have such a big audience when you are this irresponsible in your messaging? Again, remember, he said someone filing a DMCA claim on YouTube was beyond the pale.
This guy needs to take notes from Critical and get offline himself. Like, I'm genuinely worried for his sanity.
Everyone should hate you. but not filing multiple frivolous lawsuits in federal court.
I'm telling you, this isn't a can of worms you want to get into. These people hate Ethan Klein more than they love their mother, dude. This is some deep-seated hatred.
Wow, wait. What a bar. What a bar there. These people hate Ethan Klein more than they love their mother. Wait, that is good. That is good, actually. Crazy statement, but true. Yeah, it's not wrong.
I feel bad for Charlie in a way, because he walked into, like, so he committed the mortal sin of not calling Ethan Klein a genocidal Zionist that wants to see every Palestinian that hates his own children, and he's evil.
I just can't help but pity the people that make
Yeah, that's probably what happened. Like, he didn't, like, condemn one side too hard.
Israel or Palestine their whole personality. There's more important things to worry about, like the World Cup.
World Cup!
Okay, obviously I'm exaggerating and being facetious. I think caring about things is important, but to what extreme, right? To what level should you care about these external problems that don't really impact your life in any way? Israel isn't the one stopping you from getting a girlfriend. It's Qatar.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
You made it this far, we both know you're unemployed as hell and you belong here, so hit the sub button. Fortunately, we ran out of time.
Oh, that's a banger outro! Oh, that's good. That's good, chat. We all know you're unemployed enough, so make sure to like the stream.
For this video.
What? Can you be racist against white people? Not this shit again! The answer is yes, you can be racist against anybody. Like, I thought that was a given. Have you guys seen this, by the way? Do you guys know what Love and Deep Space is, first of all? It's time to Goonstigate, chat. Get the Goonstigators together. Love and Deep Space is like a game targeted at women. It's the one that had like this whole discussion because the characters in there, the hot boys, they like remember girls' periods. You know, they would give you like you could track your periods with it, and the character would tell you, I'm just gonna make up a line. My lady, do you want me to go get you some pads at the drugstore? I know it's your periods right now, and all the girls would lose their mind, but. So that game always has so much drama that's happening with it. Captain Cabinets is a gacha streamer. I had like a collab stream with her where she told me about like a previous drama where the Love and Deep Space fan base went against this other gacha game called Snowbreak. So Love and Deep Space is like the female Gooner game, but Snowbreak is like the male Gooner game. And they went into this huge war, but basically their hostility made it so that the developers had to like put the game in hiatus and degunize the game a little bit, which has sparked like massive backlash. And people are saying that it's like feminists going after Snowbreak and all of that. But this is yeah, it was like they made it. I think they got like the Chinese government involved in it or some shit. Well, let me just fact check. I was gonna type Goonergate. You search the game, it looks interesting. Oh, it looks very interesting. It looks like a game for the goonstigators. But hey, me, I don't discriminate. I like gooner games for female. I like gooner games for males. I don't really have time to play any other games, but you know, I appreciate the splash arts when they pop up on Twitter. Okay, but today this is another drama. This was all just context to give you a sense of how insanely crazy and parasocial these fan bases could be. We already knew that gacha fan bases can be extremely parasocial and crazed. Love and Deep Space is like on another level because a lot of the people like Yumi self-ship with some of the characters. Correct, they removed the combat animations, added very bad censorship to existing costumes, and blocked certain story elements. In Snowbreak, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. But, yeah, the Yumi Shoshis, and they are intense. They are intense. It's also fictional characters. I cannot understand that. But anyway, so today, Love and Deep Space cave to pressure. Oh, I'm gonna, this is the perfect not to say the buzzword. They bent the knee to, outrage caused by some Chinese audiences. And basically, they were very, very upset about this new character that was supposed to be like a werewolf. This guy was considered to be too Western buff and gay looking for Chinese ladies. But there was also a bunch of other complaints. It wasn't just that. Yeah, literally 1984. Yeah, 1948, man. Last just canceled Valko, their new love interest male, and said they will not release another again in the future. They have bent to the whims of crazed parasocial. This is absolute insane move. Nobody said a new legion exists, just that content should be focused on current characters rather than have them ignored for so long. In stretches in favor of new LIs. Is that how they call the characters in there? Dear Miss Hunters. But apparently there was so much backlash for this character. Oh, love interest. Okay. That's what LE stands for. Like, there was so much backlash that there was protest. They were getting sent, like, poop to the company office, like Dunk. Apparently now Chinese players are cheering for winning the war against Wolf. But also they're still mad because of the 731 issues. They also fully believe Valko was designed for men. So they want Infold to clarify again that they're female-oriented and love-interested are straight. Bro, Chinese netizens and antis are fucking scary. They get organized. They're like, this is how they went after Coco. I don't think you've realized your mistake, just that you can't make any money anymore. They're so toxic. This is only one of them. There are other problems that have not been solved. Clarify the game's political stance on both domestic and international platforms. What political stance? They're trying to goon here. Apologize to RN and RH. Commit to being a female-oriented otome game and have the relevant senior management apologize and resign. Apology during livestream. Response to the 731 number issue. Prohibit buying military items to provoke players. Simply deleting the Lao Liu character cannot quell the anger your game has caused. Everyone these past few days, please address the 731 issue and stop using insensitive excuse to evade responsibility. No excuse can calm the public outrage over this matter. While your game says all the right things, it has not listened to a single opinion from the players. It's the old and new grievances are not fully resolved. I will never forgive Love and Deep Space. They lost like 1 million followers. following the release of this character. And look, 76% of their like distribution market is Chinese. But the United States are a big chunk. They're 11% of this. He looks exactly like every other character in the game. That's what I'm saying, bros. There's more. There's a lot of VTubers commenting on this. There was also something like some storylines they believe were insensitive. See, Deputy Aru here said, I'm reading through this entire mess, and from what I'm seeing from the Chinese girlies is that Experiment 731 were legitimate experiments that happened in World War II and is extremely sensitive topic in China. It killed thousands, so many are disturbed by it being directly referenced and used as a major plot point. So that's been one of the main issue. Apparently, it's like the equivalent of their 9/11. Second, apparently the banner where he shows up outside the MC's apartment is a direct reference to a real criminal stalking case that happened in China. I've seen people say some of the voice lines are very similar to details from the case, though I can't personally verify whether that's true. If it's true, I think there's a difference between exploring a fantasy and fiction and potentially drawing in direct inspiration from a real-life stalking case involving an actual victim. 3, they haven't updated the main story for like 500 days, and I guess this guy was going to be the update to the main story, so the others' love interest will be referenced but won't be in the main story. And they want regular main story updates. Yeah, they want everybody's in love with their own love interest or like whichever characters they picked, I guess. And they're upset because this new character is getting content and they're not. It's kind of like when you're watching an anime and your favorite character is not getting screen time enough, so you're getting mad at the mangaka. There was some sort of material, I don't know if it was official or not, because I looked for it, but I can't find it, where Valko is teasing the other love interest, and some girls have interpreted this as Valko being bisexual. I don't agree with this one personally, but that's just what I've seen floating around. And some other complaints about his overall character and lack of effort from Infold, and also that the banners are incredibly intense and constantly are happening back to back, which puts players in tough position. There's any CN last player who can provide some extra clarification. I'm a global player trying to understand the concerns being raised. What an insane story to wake up to. You don't say. The thing is that the possible Unit 731 reference has nothing to do with Valko. The batshit fans attached it onto him to spread hate on him. Also, so Silas, Caleb, and Zane should be removed. You misunderstand me. I'm a big fan of toxic, stalking, dark fantasy tropes. I love Aru, but this is such a funny sentence. Yeah, people are too invested in their own gacha metrics. They need to take the blue pill immediately. Immediately. Average romance for a woman. Watched a video yesterday, and apparently women are... No, I don't play this game, but I would play it if I had time. It'd be fun, I think. What was I saying? Yeah, I read some statistics yesterday that apparently 80 women make up for 80% of readers nowadays. That's probably why that guy always asks for TLDR. Can we get some guys to read? I was like hate watching this video talking about if you read these, it's a red flag. But it was like I think because women make up for such a high percentage of readership, now all the media that's being published in the literature is like, it's too directed at women. And I actually fucking hate that, because I don't like reading books directed at certain types or genders. Like, I feel like it makes it so that the books, they change too much to try to please a viewership. I think all the books that I read, it's because the author thought it would be like an inciting story to share. So can you guys start fucking reading books so the percentage evens out? So they stop making a dark fantasy stalking woman's book, please. We don't need more of those. We don't. There's enough. It has to have a smut or your book flops. I know, it's literally an issue. I only read web novels. Let's go. Well, that's good. No, reading is gay. Gay. You know what? Reading some mangas is great. I had such a flash yesterday, and I was like, why do people waste their time reading self-help books? That is literally it's such a waste of time. You don't need a self-help book. Everything you need can be found in mangas. Like, mangas have the best advice, they have the best inspirations, they have the best characters. You don't need to read anything else, really. You only need to look at pictures, and there's some dialogue here and there. They like split up a sentence in like 3 different panels. Like, there's not that many words, come on. The manga taught me how to build a house, work out, fight God, and get a girlfriend. Exactly. The China woman's news spoke about the what's wrong with letting a wolf into the house part lads made for the 6th love interest trailer. They made 3 posts about the situation, and things are pretty messy, and the Chinese side is getting political too. A major game asked what's wrong with letting a wolf into the house, blurring boundaries of personal safety, sparking widespread backlash. You didn't fucking care about this with all the other characters. You only care about him now because you don't like him. Is an audiobook reading? I guess it is, but I think most people that listen to audiobooks, they're doing something else at the same time, so they're not really paying attention to the book. Rima follows Naruto daily for inspiration. Bro, it's good! The fuck you mean? Love and Deep Space players are sending poop to the company office, bro. This is true. Who sent cow poop to Diezi? I saw it too. They put it in the delivery locker. The delivery guy sneakily put in it. Oh my god, the delivery guy is a Love and Deep Space player. Masculinity is low-key inherently scary. I'm sorry, but these people need their traumas healed. There's nothing safer than a man who's strong and chooses every single day to be gentle with you. True! Truth nuke! Actual truth nuke. Yes, yes, because a lot of people only get half of that argument right. They're like, true masculinity is to be strong, but that's not true. I think true masculinity is actually being strong, but Also, being able to be gentle in the right moments. It's balancing both acts. Being just strong, bulldozing your way through things, that's not impressive. By treating strength as dangerous by default means men never get to just exist without being seen as a danger first. Oh my god, I'm getting Vietnam War flashbacks. Ah, make it stop. No, this is the whole man versus bear thing discussion all over again. Woman versus bear. Vilifying strong man is vilifying their whole biology. That's funny because the topic we just talked about was somebody vilifying Iron Mouse for her boobs. And now this is somebody vilifying man for being masculine. Of course, men do not have to be strong or buff to be a better man. I totally know what you mean, but I'm also, she's right. Because they say femboys are the best boys. That's right. I'm joking. I totally know what you mean, but I'm going to ask you to pack it up because masculinity is low-key inherently scary. It is absolutely normal to be scared of someone who is stronger than you and can decide to crush you as much as he can protect you. Yeah, that's totally why women, they hate vampires. Oh yeah, they hate them. This person comes from the same factory as that other person who thought Iron Mouse was sexualizing that Coco model. We gotta find this factory. We need to find a source where they are producing these people. And we need to find a factory reset setting, please. Yeah, it's a factory. It's a Temu factory. Oh, Menace commented on it. I just read through all of this. And apparently they're deleting their latest werewolf character because mostly Chinese players think he's ugly and they call him a Frankenstein burn victim and a rapist. I don't know, these are all things that we're commenting. Otome games are some serious business. That's the... Wait, that's the guy they thought was too masculine? He's got fucking kitty ears on. That's the guy that's low-key, his masculinity is scary? What the nani, bro? I can't. He looks like a lesbian, somebody said in chat. Unironically, he's the only attractive one to me, besides the Silas, maybe. Never played this game, by the way. They all look too young, cutesy, and perfect. It's gross. Oh, so many girlfriends are such shotacons. Bro, I wish, but instead they like stretched out twink monsters with gangly limbs. Laura Nova, thank you for the super chat. Rima just doesn't understand that this is the expression of a scary hunter. Princess, you better behave. Oh, wait. I feel like we gotta play the short. Do you guys know that meme?
Hello, princess.
Wait. Do you guys know this meme? They referenced it in Hololive recently.
Hello, princess.
Hello, princess.
When was the last time I showered? 3 days ago. But don't worry, princess, I applied a 72-hour care deodorant and there
The face slap is disgusting!
is an hour and a half left. So you couldn't possibly be implying that I smell. Could you? Because let me remind you, princess, not to bite the hand that fingers you. So,
not to bite the hand that fingers you is a crazy line.
if you have a problem with my alpha odor, my aura, take it up with someone who cares. Hello, but
Like, I love how popular this guy became. I saw that he did cameos that some VTubers reacted to. Like, you can pay him to say stuff to somebody or, like, wish them happy birthday. He made a skit, but now he's become the dude for it. 1,000,000,000% aura. Yeah, the princess guy. Yeah, he had a flash of clarity at the end. He looked so disgusted with himself. We need to put him in a game. Ari also commented on the Love and Deep Space stuff. Wow, never in my gacha life did I experience an entire character getting deleted right after being announced. That's actually crazy. For those of you confused about this entire drama, a lot of people quit or claim would quit because they hated him, especially on the Chinese side. There was even a lawsuit created because they wanted him out of the game. If I had to say, I think a majority of the player base hated him. Of course, there were a number that did like him, and now that group is protesting. The situation is all around so wild to me. People have been looking forward to the new love interest, but upon being announced, they hated him so much and made lose a lot of money even before release. He was set for release next week, and everything about him was completed on the dev side. Why do people hate him? Stuff like ugly, fix your other issues first, etc. There are many reasonings. I want to discuss this because the entire last situation has been so interesting since the release of Caleb/the KOD lawsuit. So many people in the global fandom are confused and think it only has to do with design, but it's actually a lot more than that. Also, believe it or not, an overwhelming percentage of the fandom, aka their main source of income, opposed the 6 love interest. This is also the reason some Chinese games like Light and Night never got localized into the Western scene, translations aside, and this remains true to non-mobile games as well, console games. Some don't want to deal with this split, so they don't bother making it available. I heard that the game had several criticisms already piled up. One of the biggest issues was Xavier's Year 3 myth card. They didn't include things like content creators that was included in the promotional video during actual release. But is CC stand for content creator here? Fans filed a lawsuit for this too, but yeah, probably that was the biggest issue up to this point. What? I gotta make a video on Love in Deep Space. That shit's too good. A lot of the big spenders like can buy out an entire building level. What? Promised that they would stop spending if they go forward with the Valko release. So if they had released it, they would have lost out on a lot of money and fans. They already had started losing earnings since the teaser. This is from Billy. At the beginning of today and continuing for 30 days, players who log in each day will receive 1 Deep Space Wish via in-game mail. Each mail will remain claimable for 3 days for a total of 30 Deep Space Wishes. We hope this can offer some compensation for the disappointment and disruption caused by these adjustments. The office was sent death threats, dog poop, and other things. Some people said it was cow poop. Yeah, just don't date him. I don't get it. Yeah, they lost tons of money from developing these in advance. So people have sent cow dung, funeral chrysanthemums, curse banners, and ritual items to Paper Game / Infold's office as the love and deep space controversy escalated to all new heights. Yo, parasocial Chinese fans do not fuck around. The controversy has also drawn attention from Beijing Daily, which went on to publish an article stating that the backlash reflects a growing crisis of trust between Paper Games and its core player base. Some context: as part of Ao Yin's promotional campaign, Paper Games installed a giant Valko wolf print display and a large team balloon outside its office. According to reports circulating on Chinese social media, some extreme players placed cow dung inside the company's delivery lockers, with visitors claiming they could smell the odor. Brother, ew. Others left white and yellow chrysanthemums, curse banners, glutinous rice, and pummel leaves around the promotional display outside the building. Some visitors also posed outside the office while making middle finger gestures for photos. In modern Chinese culture, white and yellow chrysanthemum are closely associated with funeral mourning and paying respects for the deceased. Sending these flowers to a person or company can be interpreted as wishing death upon the recipient. Meanwhile, glutinous rice and pummel leaves are a traditional folk item used in spiritual cleansing ritual to ward off evil spirits. Some protesters use them sarcastically to suggest that a Paper Games has been possessed after introducing the new character and need to ward off this new evil spirit. Following the protest, Paper Games reportedly increased security around its headquarters. While visitors were previously allowed to enter the building to take photos, recent reports claim the public access has become more restricted, particularly to prevent provocative photos or obscene gesture inside the office. According to the article on Beijing Daily, the issue goes far beyond Ao Yin's appearance. While some players criticize his more westernized character design, the main source of frustration is that many longtime players feel the existing 5 love interests have been neglected. Main storylines of a love interest have reportedly gone over 500 days without updates. Many fans believe the company's resources have been redirected towards introducing a new character instead of continuing content for the existing cast. Not gonna lie, man. The Fujoshi fanbase are fucking insane sometimes. It's embarrassing. And these ship wars, people were mad at actors in heated rivalry too, because some of the girls will ship themselves with one of the guys in the show, so they're playing a role, and the fictional character's love interest in the show was getting in the way of their own relationship, so they'd send hate to the real actor that's playing them. Fucking wild. Or maybe Fujoshi is not the right term here. You're right. Fujoshis would be glad to get a gay character, but the Fujoshis are also crazy, because heated rivalry is sort of, I see some posts, because I get BL stuff on my algorithm sometimes when I'm not so careful, and I start liking posts here and there, which is why I can't use my main account anymore. Yep, isn't Fujoshi what Rima is? But I'm not crazy though. 500 days without main story update is wild. True. They're putting all their resources making new banners probably. Yeah, they got banners back to back, and we got even more pressure from Info to spend more money. Yeah, is it because they're just... But isn't each banner a new love interest? I thought banners were new characters. Hey, Bunny. Yeah, Bunny knows about this drama. Oh, banners are memories in this? Not on lads? Oh. See, I'm a gacha noob, bros. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like I would like gachas, but they're a time sink. The 500 days thing only applies to one of the love interest. No, banners are solo banners for existing cast and multi-banners for all casts. They're more like extra story, extra clothes. They're locking stories behind banners, though. That's sad. True, everything is a time sink. That's how life works. Okay, we're getting philosophical again on this channel. I like that Airy breakdown. She seems to know a lot about it. Isn't she Chinese too? Guys, the problem was Valko for the CN girlies. Info is trying to make them happy because there have been a lot of boycotts. I'll try to explain as best as I can. CN girlies thought Valko was taking up space, time, and work from other love interest. Mostly from love interest with missing content. They wanted Info to work on them instead of new love interest. Yeah, but why do they need to roll it back? Just add him and work on something else. They thought this character design general character were made to appeal to the Western market and did not appreciate that. They didn't like how he was breaking into the MC's place, how he was being pushy. I thought women loved that kind of stuff and his overall personality. They were calling him a rapist and a horrible person overall. They weren't just boycotting it over there, apparently. They were protesting or acting extreme. This is why Info tried to defend Valko's character in the previous letter and told them to be patient, and he wasn't how PV portrayed him. But as we can see, it wasn't enough. There's also issues with the usage of problematic numbers like 731 and 611, which spark anti-China allegations. Lastly, according to one of my IRL Chinese friend, this was also going on. The company is charged of buying hot search tags for Valko and Xavier, BL couple on Weibo. Oh, so that's why they're calling him gay. Yeah, meanwhile, Caleb, after kidnapping the MC, holding her hostage, stalking her after faking his own death. Yeah, exactly. The 731 is a huge oversight. And they got like the, what is it called? The CPN? The Chinese Communist Party, like breathing down their neck. How can they, you know, anything I will be seen as anti-Chinese like nationalism will get shut down. I don't know why they did that. That sounds stupid. But also it wouldn't surprise me, okay, knowing how, oh sorry, the CCP. Knowing how internet dramas tend to blow up lately, I wouldn't be surprised if this is all bullshit made up stuff. That if I understood Chinese and looked more closely into it, they might be like really stretching the facts. Kind of like how people do, as we've seen with recent dramas. Here's how serious it was to the CN players. Yeah, they put like security everywhere. Yeah, 731 are the numbers of a JP, a World War II units that conducted experiments on Chinese civilians and POWs. Why did they use that number? Like, that's stupid. We got Chinese people on the side and devs for Valko asking for our help. It's bad. Well, 11% of American fan base isn't going to tip the scale here, unfortunately. Somebody said that some of their whales can buy out entire buildings. And they're protesting, so just this 1% of players that's like their biggest whales, if they say that they're not gonna play the game, it's Jover. This is unprecedented. You market a character for months, you make the entire community excited for him. Some new players even download the game just for him, and then you flat out just cancel. Has this ever happened in gacha game history? Yes, games made for women by women don't usually make it to this point, and now we know why. The main issue many have, which was my issue, they abandoned mainline story and just kept releasing alternate universe stuff, basically just cash grabs. Some of the complaints from Chinese women are interesting and complaining you guys look westernized. Women be crazy and will out crazy male gacha players 10 times. People are being extremely toxic regarding this. Well, Motion's making a video about this, so if I make a video on this, it's going to be in a really long time. But I kind of wanted to go over the entire like Love and Deep Space history, not just that. But if I do a video, it's not gonna come out for like what? Like I don't know. At this point, my videos have at least like a 1 month like producing time. My process is and research time is super slow. And I'm gonna be working for the next 2 weeks, so I won't be able to work on a new project anytime soon. I'll also be able to stream less for these 2 weeks, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'll stream when I can. Yeah, it sucks, dudes. Okay, let's talk about the cheating drama. No, you're not too late actually. We were just about to start on the cum tribute topic. Okay. So, there's this VTuber called Mia May Really. But I think they just deleted their accounts actually as of yesterday. Let me just look it up. Because look, it's not hyperlinked anymore. Did they untag themselves? Yeah, they deleted their account. Okay. Wow. So, Mia Mirrorly, actually kind of a big VTuber. I think they had like 40K on Twitter. Yeah, chat. Also, subscribe to my Patreon or join the YouTube channel so I can dedicate more time and giving you guys drama on stream and not have to take second jobs. Haha. Please, princess. I'm just there, man. Thank you so much for the membership. Hey, it worked. It worked. I'm mind controlling them. Okay, so Miwa may really, it's also like it's a male using a female avatar, you know, a Babiniku. Due to unforeseen circumstance, VExpo decided that they'll no longer be appearing as guests at VExpo this year. We apologize to this rock star. We're looking forward to seeing him in September's and for any inconvenience this has caused. So VExpo canceled this. Doesn't hit the same without the feet slap. Hold up. Did you guys hear it? It's too far from the mic. Okay, what about now? I did it close to the mic. Okay, wait. I gotta get further. Okay. Okay, what about now? What about now? Bro, somebody's gonna clip that and use it for something. No. We need to stop. We need to stop. How's it going, princess? This is gonna go in some weird compilation. Ultimate Cell, thank you for the 100 biddies. First time Rima stretched that far into your truth, bro. I had to raise my legs. That is commitment, okay? I was committed to the bit. Few words. Okay, I made a copy about this because we're not gonna read the full thing on stream, but like I read it and I highlight the part that we can read out together. I'm 50 minutes behind. Comments are going insane right now. Oh fuck. When that guy gets to the part we just went by, he's gonna have some shock, man. Do not put the timestamp in the comment section. Okay, so after, wait, is this after or before 9:03 a.m. June 22? Yeah, okay, so first he gets cancelled from VExpo. Then, this person, this VTuber called Megu Moo, a Void Monster Girl. So she's a girl that was dating Megu, and she comes out with her own document saying, many people have been questioning what's happening, so I decided to write it down and share it for the sake of clarity and hopefully my own peace of mind going forward. Vaguely answering what everyone wants to know. So, this is... Wait. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong doc right now. The wrong doc. This is the other side's doc. Because they both released doc on each other. There's this, so there's Mia, who's dating Megu. And Mia is 41 years old. No, 40 years old. She's also 40 years old. They met when they were very young. And this story is, like, the entire thing is a mess. Okay, I have the right one now. So she says, a few words about my situation with Mia. May really, since he hasn't been forthcoming with information, I'm gradually seeing more misinformation on the situation. I met Mia when I was 17 years old. I'm now 39. We bought a house and have lived together since 2015. The breakup for me was very out of the blue. We weren't without our troubles. We both had our faults. Neither of us were perfect, and I don't intend to sit there pretending I am. I knew a lack of intimacy on my part and me being unemployed did put a strain on things for Mia, but from my point of view, he would just mention it as an offhand remark once in a blue moon, but he always reassured me that he still loved me. So on the whole, I thought we were okay. I knew Mia was struggling to show or voice his thoughts and feelings over the years. I generally tried to reassure him that it was okay for him to be vulnerable with me. When he first told me he was breaking up with me, he just said that we had grown and changed too much as people. Then at this point, she asked if he's been with somebody else. He says no. She tries to see if she can salvage things because he's in her entire world after all. But on the third talk, it became abundantly clear that he was too far gone. But on the third talk, he started opening more about the situation. And it basically amounted to her being too depressed and too unemployed for too long, and also not as well enough. And he had been feeling this way for a couple of years now. He goes more in depth about this part in his response. He never seriously communicated that to me, she says, but he says something entirely different. And it was driving as much as a wedge between us as it evidently was. He just mentioned it occasionally, reassured me it was fine, and we went about our days. So she says that she was unemployed and depressed following 2 consecutive mental breakdowns. She had 2 different jobs. He knew this. I was always very open with him about my struggles. At the time, I didn't know why I struggled so much with the things I did, but now I'm on the waiting list for ADHD assessment and highly suspecting I have autism, which I plan to pursue professionally after dealing with the ADHD assessment. Anyway, for a long time in the relationship, they would frequently have S. Personally, I wasn't ever super interested in S, but I did it to make him happy because I knew that's just what couples do. Later, she started having pain and bleeding during P, which got to a point where I couldn't force myself to keep it doing anymore, she says, because it was so painful. So they stopped having P sex. They went to the doctor with it. Mia was at the appointment with her. He knows that she tried seeking help, but it became physically painful for her. So it reached a point where she just stopped forcing herself to do something painful for his benefit, and plus it didn't seem like she didn't really enjoy it. She also eventually realized that she was asexual because she literally had no interest in sex at all, and later on again when she realized she might be neurodivergent. So again, on the third talk, they start talking a little bit more. And then he reiterated to her that he hadn't cheated on her, there was no other person. But later in the same talk, he asked her, "What would you do if you heard me F someone else?" So she says this threw her out of the loop. Why on earth would he ever say that? So we decided we would still live together for the time being. I considered the split sad but amicable. So she did a life update stream to inform her community since Mia was often mentioned by her and people wanted to know if they had to avoid any awkward moments or speaking like they were still together. After said stream, she checks her emails because she was so eagerly awaiting a commission delivery, and she receives an email from someone who contacted her because her Twitter DMs were closed. This person informed her that they had seen Mia's tweets about the breakup. But she reached out because Mia had been sexting her, sending her explicit images of himself and even suggesting they hook up the next time he was in London for business. I could get a dark mode extension in the future. Yeah, I think that's doable. So she'll not be naming the individual, but he always assured her he would never cheat on her. So when she voiced her insecurities to him about how he talked to other women, VTubers, she says she had several mutual friends that were cheating on, so he knew this was such a big deal for her, a big issue. So she didn't believe it could be true at first, and she knows that chat logs can be faked, but then there was also photo evidence, and he had sent this other woman pictures of his dick with belongings that I recognized from our house in the frame. I thought she was gonna say, which I recognized. Like, I thought she was gonna say, "Oh, I can recognize this dick anywhere." She's been with this guy for 20 years. But no, I guess she recognized the belonging in the house. So I guess she sent a dick pic to this other person. I never understood people who sent genital pics. Is there anything like That's not beautiful. Like, that's not inspirational. Like, does it ever, like, do you ever open that and get like horny? Like, oh, I would totally get some of this. No. That has it ever worked on anybody? That's what I want to know. Rima here asking the right questions. But anyway, moving on. So she calls her mom. She moves out with her cat that same night. That night, Mia went around Discord attempting to talk to several of the close friends that they have in common. You know, he was fishing for information / sympathy, telling them how she was suddenly gone and saying how he wasn't expecting her to be gone so soon, acting like he was a poor victim, even though he was the sole person to initiate the breakup to begin with. Okay, also, he earlier in the relationship, for context, they tried to have, you know, a conversation where he brought in the suggestion that they could become a poly couple because she didn't want to have sex with him anymore and he has needs, and she shut it down. So apparently, when he was going around talking to her friends, he kept asking people in poly relationship how they made it work because he tried hinting to Megu, but she just shoots it down. Which is kind of a funny TMI detail, a little lore drop. So anyway, Megu finds out about Mia sexting, cheating, and lying coming to light. It hurts her a lot. It hurts, you know, their mutual friends. But she also since found out that he had also been gooning to another VTuber, buying her gifts, making deals to do things if he got to kiss her, offering how he'd let her live with him if I wasn't around, and hurtful things like that, she writes here. And she also writes, he made a Discord announcement about the breakup and told everyone it was the hardest decision we've had to make. And she says it was never we, it was all him. He made a tweet too, which he has since deleted, but again, he made it look like it was a peaceful and amicable. It was not. When he knew that I found out, he came around to my mom's house asking to speak to me. I didn't want to see him, and my mom talked to him and got rid of him, but he was crying and swearing that it was only one time, but we already knew this wasn't true. So he told us that he was going to take a year away from everything to sort his life out. He's been back multiple times since then to go on Discord and Twitter to post things, remove mod status from everyone. Question mark? I don't get why he removed mod status. And following friends on Twitter and locking his account when his most recent pity post didn't get the traction he wanted and things like that. Actually, in hindsight, maybe he removed mod status from her because he doesn't trust her anymore. But she's so he told one of his friends that he was getting help from Samaritans, and they told him to cut contact with people he had relationships or flirting with, yet I know he contacted at least one person he was flirting with since then. I've always been curious about trying a poly relationship, but I'm really bad at board games. Well, if you're bad at, you know, managing different things, it's probably not for you. So, I mean, this is it's shitty, very shitty, but it's a very personal thing to share online. It's a choice for sure from Megu. I feel like there was a lot of very personal information in there, a lot of TMI. But TLDR is that Mia is a popular British VTuber who suddenly announced a hiatus, and later it was revealed that he cheated on his 22-year-old relationship. So it seems like he's the one that I feel like he's the one that canceled his V-Expo appearance. Because of the hiatus, because he had a feeling that this would come out. And apparently now it's found out that the person he cheated on with, was 19 while he's 41. And obviously it's not illegal. It's just weird. Because, I mean, it just shows how immature he is. Because when you're 41, he does clarify that he is actually 40, which doesn't change much, TBH. But, it's like, what do you have in common with a 19 years old? Like, what could you guys possibly have to say to each other? And so this all became a very public-private conversation. Yeah, it definitely is weird. There's been some old tweets of him like saying that he's 40. So he is open about it. This some other comment sheet is just about the most subhuman behavior, but there's something just plain sinister about throwing away a very long-term relationship and all the work you did getting to be a bigger VTuber for someone over 20 years younger than you. Also, Mia's manager has stopped representing him. I'm not Mia's manager anymore. We split ways right when everything started to go down. I'm not affiliated with Mia, nor do I support the actions that were done. That's all I have to say. Let me anime post in peace. So then he does his response, which we'll go over. Yeah, it's a massive gap, and early as a gap could be. That is true. I am not 40, you fucking asshole. Ban that guy. Mods, ban him. Jared Wolf in chat. He's the culprit. It's him. He did the crime, officer. Hi, Reiko. How are you? Okay, so his response, also super messy stuff, also goes into a lot of details. And I feel like this situation is not like super black and white. Obviously, he fucked up way more than her. And he's like gross and weird and creepy, I could add that. But they weren't in a good relationship. I don't think they were. Protect Gerard. Wall. Make a wall around him. I think Cataclysm, as you grow older, the age gaps matter less too. Because, you know, your personality sets in and all of that. I mean, it just matters less. I feel like I don't have to explain that. Yeah. I think everybody can agree with that. I met Megu when I was 18 years old. I'm now 40. So this is his side of the story. They bought a house together and have lived together since 2015. But Megu stopped paying her side of the mortgage in 2020, and I have been the sole provider since then. That wasn't a problem because every couple, we had our ups and downs. We had what would be called a normie couple life. By no means we were perfect, but we always had each other until we didn't. I knew I couldn't be sinking into debt. I knew I wasn't happy in a relationship without intimacy of any kind, but I still loved her. She had some troubles at work before, and she spiraled into depression. So I was there to support her. I never thought of leaving her at that moment. She was having a rough time, depressed, panicking. So if she's sad and struggling, she can take a break. I told her I could support us for 1 year and that she could take a break, work on herself, and go back stronger than ever. S was the least of my worries. If she can't do it now, she can't. But 1 year turned into 6 years. Yeah, I see chat. Why? When things were getting rough with our income and I asked her to get a job, she would cry and I would comfort her. Like, bro. That's also crazy. Crying because somebody tells you that she gotta get a job. Like, Sexually frustrated when he could have fixed that by sexually interacting with the woman he was with for 22 years. Silly males. No, but he couldn't actually, because she wouldn't have sex with him. But he could have just broken up with her and then found somebody he could. I mean, job applications are freaking scary. True. So anyway, he comforts her. He encouraged her to pursue her streaming more and more and even do more art and hope she could make a professional job out of them. These were turned down too. So all of his suggestions are turned down. Over the course of these 6 years, he had accrued a debt of over £25,000. So we could have a roof over our head. Some of these debts were also from her past. Before we got the house, as I wanted to help the one I love. So when I would ask her to get her physical issues checked down there, she went once, even if I had told her to go see another doctor. It was not about S, but it was about health issues. Something that was okay before was suddenly not okay. And being real, yes, I missed the intimacy with her. I loved her. I wanted to hug my partner, to cuddle, to feel her in ways no one could. Even just have physical affection without P. I even talked about a poly relationship if that would work and was shut down very quickly. So I didn't feel loved, supported, or wanted. But all of that fell apart when asking to provide more of that in our relationship. And then she apparently would say that she was gonna kill herself instead of trying. So, yeah, this whole doc is the biggest TMI. So she also seems to be the kind to, you know, be like, I'm gonna kill myself if you ask me to get a job. Or according to him, to participate in more intimacy or love or support. So he's like, how can I leave for something as mundane as S when she would constantly remind me she was going to take her own life if I ever left? I felt powerless. I felt like I had to stay even if it was treating me inside for her sake. Again, this is a he says, she says situation, although we have proof of his... Well, there's more concrete proof of the cheating. But like... This is his words against hers for this part. Yeah, I know Chad be calling me Hag Rima platonically, of course. Lovingly. Yeah, affectionately. Yeah, he should have just broken up. He says he feels guilty about breaking up because she said she was gonna kill herself. I don't know if they even aborted that topic, because in her document, she says that this conversation kind of came out of nowhere. That, like, he never properly communicated those issues with her. He's saying the opposite. He's saying he tried and was shut down every single time. So, who knows who's telling the truth here? It seems like both of them have a part to play in this relationship unraveling, but he obviously went too far. She allegedly also told him that she would have nowhere to live if I left her. So the 3 months happened like it was a nightmare. My mother passed away from lung cancer. I've never felt so many dark thoughts in my life at the same time. I didn't have time to mourn my mother because emotionally I had to keep us afloat. I was the pillar of our relationship, so I couldn't be weak. I had to keep going for the sake of both of us, so I shouldered it. I found myself sexting, and I shouldn't have. People keep having some kind of weird narratives about this, so I'm going to answer directly. It was consented between the both of us, consent from the sexters. I will not be posting proof, as regardless of everything, I want to keep their privacy safe. There were 3 people involved that I sexted on the same dates during those 3 months. Damn, bro got busy. He was using the low XP Riz strats. So the fourth being someone I said I had a crush on, but was a compliment rather than for the engagement of a relationship. I call most of my friends beautiful / handsome. One of them, as mentioned by Megu, I did meet and we did kiss once while I was with my partner. So it wasn't just like e-dating. He actually met one of them and they kissed. There seems to be a narrative that I knowingly hooked up with a 19-year-old when I was 41. I'm 40, he says. I didn't. I'm open about my age on social media and they're open about being an adult content creator. We engage as two adults. I wasn't aware that she was 19, but I was aware she was doing adult content for a long while. Wait! How long of a while? If she's 19 and she was doing adult content for a long while, Monka S? What does that mean exactly? Yeah, pause. Pause. So he says, so he assumed she was way older. As she consented and was very encouraging with our conversations, after her, we both discussed and agreed this was not the right thing to do. I apologized and the apology was accepted and we moved on. The hookup in London was part of one RP session. We were sexting. I never did and I wasn't planning to do this. It's... Officers right here. Regarding my community mods in Discord, there was some shit going on with the mods. I didn't get all of that, but people and his viewers felt like they were being exploited. I found myself a grown-ass man crying holding my phone about to do something stupid. I called a suicide hotline to talk to someone about my thoughts and seek help. I got stopped from it thanks to my dad and my brother. They picked me up at 1 a.m. and looked after me for the rest of the night and thanked everyone who's been there regardless. What was the RP? That is the real question here. He doesn't tell us what was the RP. But after this came out, you know, I'm reading this, I'm like, man, you know, the girl also kind of has her faults, like, but to be fair, he should have just left the relationship. It's kind of like the answer to all of that. Like, dude, it must be difficult. You kind of sympathize with him a little bit because you're like, it must be really difficult to shoulder the entire financial burden. Being with somebody who's depressed, being with somebody that refuses to get a job, that like starts crying every time you mention that you need help financially to pay for the houses, getting into debt because of somebody else, not, you know, having intimacy or touch, like doing any of the regular couple things. But then he does the cheating and the creepy dick pics and the cum tributes, and then I read this tweet from Queenfire and I was like, okay, never mind. Fellas and ladies, if she says she will krill herself or cries when told to get a job to help with finances, run. Yeah, true. The self-deletion thing is true. It's not so simple to just leave because the potential guilt as they go through with it is not a risk many people want to take. Yeah. But then you could also argue that him doing all of that will also push her deeper into depression. So it's not helping anybody. Oh, that's you, Queenfire. Wait, so Queenfire, are you the 19-year-old or are you somebody else that he tried to engage with? Yeah, the whole situation sucks. But let's read Queen Fire's tweet. So she says, okay, my side. He flirted with me first, called me sexy, called my VTuber sexy. I'm a flirt, this is just me. Anyone from my streams will know I do flirt, I find it funny, till it's not anymore. He used to say how woolly frustrated he was, and I was like, oh, that sucks. I like the reaction here. Aw, that sucks, buddy. But she says here that she actually never initiated anything from my side. It was all him. And that's why I asked her if she's the 19-year-old, because he claims here that that person was very encouraging in their exchange. So is he lying? That's rough, buddy. Oh, you're not 19. You're another one. You're 26. Okay. So you are not the person he mentions here. Okay, so this is somebody else. Did he count you into one of those? The 3 during 4 months? I wish I was 19 based. Oh, you're the crush. Oh shit. Okay, the plot thickens. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We're piecing things together live on stream right now. Thank you for this. All right. So, let's continue on reading Queen Fire's tweet. You're the person he kissed. Okay. Okay, okay. So, he used to say how, oh yeah, I remember you do say that in your tweet. I'm stupid. Okay. Where were we? Oh, that sucks. I never initiated anything from my side. It was all him. But this part of the Google Docu is about me. Yes, we kissed. Ah, it says right there. I should have just kept on reading. I felt immense pressure and empathy to help him feel a little sexy, but I never found him actually sexy. I used to say handsome because it made him feel good. That's kind of sad, not gonna lie. I like making my friends feel good. We kissed twice. Once before they broke up in his house. Basically, as I was leaving. Wait, in his house? Basically, as I was leaving because I didn't want it to go further. I've been down that horrid road before, and once after I met up with him in a park to make sure he was okay, he asked us my partners, plural, was coming to pick me up, and again, I felt pressure. Yeah, we need a picture board with thumbtacks and strings. Now, me and my partner have spoken about all of this before it happened, so on my part, I didn't cheat. He knows everything, and he's seen everything that Mia has sent me, the explicit pictures, the Gunnar response to my art, he's seen all of it. Alright, so, Queen Fire's partner was consenting, but Mia was the one being, like, sneaky about it and going behind his partner's back. Mia just kept lying and lying. Mia asked me many, many times if I'd go over to his house while Megu is out. I said no a lot. Not only because I'm a busy person, but also because I was scared. He said he had a crush on me. He said I was his best friend. He gave me a friendship bracelet and it broke instantly upon him giving it to me. Ooh, was that foreshadowing? He kept telling me lies, even to my face. All I ever wanted to do was help someone I knew was oppressed and stressed. I'm sorry if seeing this hurts to see, but I need to be honest. Please forgive me as I felt pressured. That terrifies me. A partner saying stuff like, oh, you're handsome, you're sexy, but not meaning it at all. Well, you need to find somebody that is not nice, usually, as a baseline. You need to find somebody that's bitchy, because when they give you a compliment, you'll know it's real. Somebody that just the mere thought of giving somebody a compliment it just rattles them. Like you're just like, ah, fine, I'll compliment you. So they need to mean it. I'm kind of like that. I don't give free compliments. I only give compliments I mean, or I can't. It's just I physically recoil. And then, this is the part that's on my thumbnail. Also, I want to add, I had respect for him because he was partner. This all changed after he did contributes for me. I lost all respect for him, and he went from partner friends to another gooner. Not gonna lie, that's crazy and disgusting. I know, I can't think of anything funnier than a friendship bracelet immediately breaking. That's like super peak. Rima only gives compliments. That is disgusting. I told you guys, there's no way anybody is into that. You guys are trying to sell me on the whole dick pic thing, that some girls are into it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You guys would like it if a girl, sent you a close-up shot of her coochie? No. No. He sent her a CUM tribute. Brother, ew. Ew. I thought people did that on like Gojo pictures to be ironic or some shit. Not for real. Like, not for real. Like, I didn't think people actually did that. I know, friendship bracelet, he's stuck dating in the 2000s. Yeah, 41 sending cum tributes to girls. That's certainly a choice. Bedazzled Valentine's, stop. Stop. What do you guys think of this situation? Grown-ass men giving friendship bracelets and calling young girls besties. This one was 26, but he also engaged, flirted with, or sexted with a 19-year-old. Call it a CD gift. Ew! 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 We can't stop you. You made the title, Rima. My title is quite demonic, I won't lie. Look. We're more shocked about this than the age gap. The age gap matters less. It just showcases how immature and weird he is. But this is like 10 times weirder, bro. Yes, yeah, not everybody should have access to the internet. Oh, God. Jesus. But yeah, that's all I have for it for now. Maybe there's more tweets on it, but this was the interesting part. And since you guys are already asking me for TLDRs of the highlight, it's best that I keep this short.
Vtuber.
I thought lastly that we could watch the Prestuzaki video, The Absolute State of VTubing, why VTubing is becoming more negative. I think it's an interesting discussion. Like, actually, I think it can spark an interesting discussion. TLDR, who's right? Well, Megu is definitely more right than him. But I don't know many people that would stick around in a relationship with no intimacy, no financial support, and no, like, intimacy, like, not even non-sexual. That must be hard. Did I miss the climax? You just missed the climax. You just did. Yeah, it sounded rough, but he still shouldn't have done a lot of these things. He should have just broken up and found somebody around his age, probably, and not send dick pics and cup tributes. But anyway, let's wrap up this topic. Now let's move on to the Nuzagi video, the absolute state of VTubing. I think it's an interesting discussion. Let's watch.
VTubing is ruined. What happened to VTubers? Why is VTubing so negative now? It's a sincere question that you might have asked, especially if you came into the industry back in its early establishment, and it's a question laced with negativity, usually. If you've been around since like 2020, 2019, you might have a fond memory of what it represented. It was a time when it was magical, it was fresh, everything was glittering with inspiration.
That was such a good stream.
And creativity, you felt emotions you've never felt before, a space to enjoy and escape from the real world that was breathing down your neck. But now? Well, it just seems like many places are on fire, and it's hard to ignore the screaming in the background, and it's usually the same cycle. First comes venting, then callouts, then vague posting, then politics, high school level drama, every single week. It's gotten to a point that I'm getting tired of it. Me, a fucking slop-eating, slop-making retard. We have VTubers themselves reminiscing about the good times, pondering what happened. Somewhere in 2020 and 2026...
I mean, there was always some negativity around VTubers. If you go on like 2chan, and we use, you know, I used to research like really old VTubers, and to do that, we had to look up like archives and forum boards on like the Japanese side from all the way back then, and that place was fucking chaotic. It was really toxic, but I think this is just a hypothesis, is that it was segregated to these places. It didn't leak out in people's chat. It didn't leak out on Twitter that much, perhaps.
A poison was dropped in the well, something that cascaded the industry into this messy dumpster fire that...
It was also much more frowned upon to be negative around VTubers.
Despite its many ups and downs, many people still call home. So, what happened? But before we continue, may I interest you in other videos not meant for the peasants to see? In that case, I'd recommend you join my channel memberships or my Patreon. We have monthly exclusive banners in there as well as uncensored versions of certain content, all ad-free. And besides, you help me keep creating bangers like these in the long term with your support. So if you have some spare change for a cup of coffee every month or something, consider giving it to me instead. Anyway, that's all. Thank you, and let's go back to the video. Let's make things clear first. Since 2020, where a lot of traditional fans became fans, the scene has always been plagued with a lot of negativity and drama and tribalistic
I
behavior.
loved the ad edit. It was great. Yeah, true. There was also a lot of anti-drama rules. I remember even when I started covering drama, there was a lot of pushback. I got called, you know, all kinds of names, you know, Nazi, doxer, all of that. I still get called those names, but I think people now are realizing that, like, oh, actually, these early like drama commentary channels were probably the most reasonable ones compared to what we have now.
Especially from Hololive fans and Nijisanji fans. During those days, stuff happened.
Yeah,
like
you still get randomly yelled at. True. it used to either affect me a lot more back then, but it used to be like it would take a lot of more amplitude too in terms of numbers, I think. But I could be wrong about it, and it could just be my perception, because now I just don't pay attention to it. So it could be that too. Not sure.
Zoramel harassed in the workspace. Mano Aloe's graduation exploding in
that was
Hololife's
toxic.
face. Capcom intentionally targeting Hololive for not getting proper permissions for their games. Hololive fans being skeptical of English, the Keryo Coco Taiwan incident. Hololive China being dissolved and the political shenanigans that came from that. Mori Calliope's Lean incident. Mori Calliope's Connor incident. Mori Calliope being baited by the trolls incident. Mori Calliope's Gura
She used to get so much hate too.
There was a lot of Mori Calliope drama. Heck, even outside Hololive, we had the voice replacement incident of Kizuna Ai, the King Yuzaka Meru versus Yuzuki Rua civil war, Project Melody's VTuber model getting copyright struck by the modeler. I could name a lot more, but most
I think one of the most toxic forum boards was Shindo Raito's, like, around his graduation. Like he had debuted, and he was already like, they had already found all of his PLs, everything on these forums. Same with Mano Aloe. Pretty much all of the VTubers would get basically would have their PLs unnerved as they debut it, like at a incredible speed.
The drama, I'm gonna wager, you haven't really heard of, especially the smaller ones. Or you might even think that it wasn't that big of a deal. But even despite all this negativity, there was a massive upside. People chose not to focus on the drama too much and the negativity, including myself. Because VTubing was so magical, it incited a lot of very deep and positive emotions. It inspired so much creativity and will that the fact that there were a lot of drama was almost brushed under the rug. In this once small bubble, the positivity overpowered the negativity, even while that negativity was happening during its peak. But as the magic of VTubing slowly disappeared, as the freshness faded and the industry expanded, that positive energy also went away. The honeymoon period being over left fans roiling in the negativity that remains. But a few people might not see it that way, especially the newcomers. I hear a lot of opinions about why VTubing became the way that it is, whether or not they prefer it. VTubers focused so much on the streamer aspect rather than the character part. I interpreted this as a lot of newcomers focusing too much on the business rather than the fun, becoming overall a well-oiled machine rather than an entertainer. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have tweets like this from JoeCat saying that VTubing is becoming better because everyone is slowly shedding the idol culture parts of the medium. So,
dude, that tweet got so much backlash. That was such an incredible shit show. Also a bad take, TBH. Let's be real. I'm gonna make myself a little smaller. Yeah. I mean, I think when people say idol culture, they're probably thinking about the negative parts of idol culture. But most of us like the idol part of VTubing. Because that's the part that takes the most skills, I'd say. Like singing, dancing, performing, playing a character. Those are acting skills. This is not skills that any streamer could do, and this is what made VTubers have such a high production value.
So which is it? Is VTubing becoming worse or getting better? Obviously, your answer will ultimately depend on factors like when you became interested in VTubing and entered the industry, and who your favorite creators are, and if you are a creator yourself, what kind of creator you wanna be. And as you can surmise from the title, I am leaning towards the former, especially because I am a traditional VTuber fan, who mostly watches VTubers that associate more with the JP adjacent culture rather than the English Twitch streamer culture. And from my thinking, I have created a model that encapsulates why VTubing has become the way that it is.
Oh, he made
I call it the 4Ds. Difficulty, disillusionment, division, and drama. I think this is the loop that made VTubing the way that it is, and wherever you might have started falling into the piece here, I've noticed that it always happens in this.
why he's here. True, though. I read that he's only talking towards the negative aspects. I think that's how most people read it. But also it's because everybody is insensitive only to talk about the negative aspects on things because of algorithms. So when people don't know a lot about idol culture, that's all they know, unfortunately.
Order. So let me break it down. As VTubing expanded, there became more viewers, more money to harvest, but also more competition. There became less things to try and innovate on. Back then, when there were few VTubers, innovation and even unique character design elements and gimmicks were easier to do because the space was emptier. There were still lots of strats and undiscovered niches, but now, a lot of niches has been filled. Standing out has become a lot more difficult. This bred a bit of desperation.
Yeah, that is true too. The negative parts of idol culture is where most of the original drama came from. Like, just earlier we talked about, like, the deep space stuff, and, you know, the fans get very, very protective, very tribalist. That's also all part of, like, idol culture, but I feel like these are more issues on the fan side. But again, Mfried is doing a good point here. Like, the negative parts of idol culture are where the original drama came from, but it's the positive parts of idol cultures are also what made it so good. And unfortunately, we haven't found, like, you can't separate the two. They come hand in hand. So because of idol culture, we've had wonderful innovations, we've had wonderful content, high production value, like artists and performers come out of this idol culture, but we also have to deal, just like with everything else, the negative parts of it, the negative sides.
A sense of defensiveness or insecurity.
Is that not just streamer culture? I think that fandoms are way more intense and insane in K-pop, gachas, like idol culture stuff. This includes singing idols, idol games, anime. These topics, there's probably more, but I find that these fandoms are very, very dedicated, but they can also turn very, very toxic.
VTubers' own content, design, and even fans. We saw a small glimpse of this behavior from multiple big VTubers when the Cinder incident happened. When VTubing became big, it started to get more difficult to create content that could retain your viewers while also attracting more. This might not be the case for a lot of the bigger already established creators, but it is the case for most of the creators that wanted to climb the ladder, and believe me, there was a lot. Without the support of something like Hololive, how the hell were you supposed to grow your own brand? This was when a lot of new agencies popped up, led by people with mysterious background and probably almost zero business experience.
Oh god, Accio
And
Air!
they promised you a little bit of what Hololive does, but without the glam and pre-established numbers. Some VTubers join these agencies, but normally, they are short-lived because a lot of them collapse in the most miserable yet spectacular way. It's a miracle if they just died peacefully and, you know...
Yeah, that's why Mint is #1 when it comes to VTuber. She understands idol culture and brought it up with her every step. She largely stays out of... She is the idol VTuber. Like, she represents everything that an idol should be. Gentle, kind, like an incredible performer, artistic, really into her craft, just positive vibes on streams. That's it. She's it.
Without drama. Whether these incidents happen because the CEO was a sex pest, or the genmates were schizophrenic that it ruins the company from the inside, or, you know, maybe just the simple but innocent CEO is not that good at business. Lots of things could go wrong behind the scenes, and it could genuinely affect how some of these VTubers see the industry. But let's say you're just an indie that didn't need an agency but needed a bit of help. Perhaps the aid of a third-party company or solo managers was the way to go.
No,
but then
Studio
turns
Cell.
out you end up being scammed or being sex pest.
Studio Cell was like an animation studio that scammed several VTubers, including Bao, Amalie. He owed like thousands of dollars. But Amalie also had, and then there was the issue with Copium merch, who also scammed them. Shoto, Amali, and somebody else. Maybe that was Bao again, actually.
Seems to be a common occurrence here for some reason. But when agencies and companies weren't enough, some people started to do interesting things. Without the support of an agency, the strat for a lot of VTubers was to be active on Twitter and engage with fans and nerd stuff before debuting themselves. At first, this was a success, with one of the more notable examples being Artemis of the Blue. But then some of these people started bitching and whining about the lack of success, instead of, you know, actually streaming and putting effort and researching what they want to do. These permanent debut TBA creators would be called V-tweeters. And I mention them because a lot of the negativity and drama that happens in the industry is on Twitter and is caused by V-tweeters and tweets in general, regardless if they were V-tweeters or not. But some of them actually started grinding, and some would even implement a few less than ethical tactics. At first, it was relatively subtle, like copying design elements, sometimes intentionally to leech off of one of the popular ones, sometimes unintentionally. Not to leech, but because they found it to be a cool design gimmick or because they looked up to the VTuber, or sometimes two different minds just come up with the same design or gimmick at the same time. But then it started to escalate.
Yeah, but there are some people who do it for leech. For example, a VTuber example, although he's not a traditional VTuber, would be the sheriff. The Fateful Sheriff. He like copied his design off the Burnt Peanut in an attempt to leech off of his fame. And he really wanted the Burnt Peanut to like acknowledge him.
People started aggressively collabing with other VTubers, not to foster friendships but to borrow their platform or organize their own network, having their fingers on a bit of everyone's pie. They would pretend to be fans or supportive, slowly worming their way to that creator's circle, pestering them, not really even considering them as friends but more so jumping pads just so they can leech off of them a little bit. An entire discussion even appeared on Twitter about this, on whether or not collabing should purely be a business decision or something you should be able to do with just your friends. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it does speak to the intentions of many VTubers and how they appear on stream. Because to a fan, how do we tell who are real friends versus who are just collabing to social climb and rub shoulders with bigger content creators? It got to a point that even big creators started complaining about how used they feel when they became victims of this. But VTuber wannabes weren't the only parasites. There were also Twitch e-girls. Even e-girls and Twitch streamers were using the VTuber tag on Twitch at one point to capitalize off of the rising trend, which gave way for a lot of these e-girls to try their hand on the medium, without really even understanding, appreciating, or participating in the culture. But if that wasn't enough, they'd repost memes, copy-paste and recycle engagement bait strats. And look, I respect it. I like reading through some of these trends and engagement baits myself, but some of them can get a little too weird for comfort. It could be vague posting about something, it could be a rage bait, it could be sympathy bait, or even virtue signaling. Sometimes they'd even join trends that are usually a guaranteed attention magnet like art raffles, or more notoriously, VTuber versus IRL.
No!
Who started off in a
Not this shit again, bro.
enough and still in line with the medium, but then they started to integrate actual flesh posting. And the moment this happened, it became a bit of a slippery slope. Because then a lot of indie VTubers started to not just stop on the VTuber versus IRL trend, but started to integrate their bodies and faces as part of their regular content. And I'm not talking about the occasional hand cam or walking streams, I'm talking about IRL. I say this mostly as observation than judgment.
Oh, thank God he censored the flesh tubers. We don't want to see flesh, we want to see pixels! Pixels only! I actually received a video revision from one of my editor late last night, so I decided to do that. And then it was a video on Tokino Sora, but we're talking about stuff that doesn't have B-roll, so he's finding stock footage or something to put on the screen while I'm talking about it. And he was finding all of these like B-rolls of like, you know, real people. And at one point I was just like, too much flesh tuber on stream. Can we have like can you just put like anime B-roll for this part? Like I'm getting flesh jump scare after flesh jump scare. I don't want to see this in my video on Tokino Sora, bro.
But there's a lot of VTubers whose regular content, whether that be on their streams or on their tweets, aren't really even of their characters anymore, but rather their bodies, and it eventually falls into a pipeline of doing OnlyFans or fansly content.
Listen. There is I did a good pause here, by the way, unrelated, but the one VTuber that I love her. Last night I opened YouTube, my For You page, and who was on there? Kayson. Kayson was live. She looks so beautiful. She spoke Japanese the entire time. I understood nothing she said, and I watched her for like an entire hour. She's so pretty. She actually looks like an anime character. Oh my god, there's another fly here.
That don't even use their VTuber models porn like what many authentic lewd VTubers do. And look, I know there's a lot of weird hate against fansly using VTubers now, and if the VTuber uses their actual VTuber models or just art of themselves...
What the fuck? There's 3 flies! I thought I killed them all. I'm gonna have to kill 3 more flies after this video.
I think that's fair game. The occasional flesh posting to me is okay, especially cosplay related ones, even if it's not safe for work, especially if you've
especially the Saraway cosplay ones. I don't mind those at all. I'm goonstigating those.
Been upfront about your content, and especially if that was the natural pipeline for your career, like if you were a porn VA, for example, or a VR chat streamer. But I think if your regular content and your NSFW is just your IRL, especially with your face attached and you market yourself as a VTuber, I would be inclined to think that in large part you're not really a VTuber. Of course, there are exceptions, especially when you're categorized as a live streamer who happens to have a VTuber model like Onigiri and Kayson, but it's hard not to think that way. And the thing is, this trend is not
I didn't know Onigiri did collabs with Kayson and Demon Dice. What?
Especially when you're categorized as a live streamer who happens to have a VTuber model like Onigiri and Kayson, but it's hard not to think that way. And the thing is, this trend is not exclusive to Western VTubing, as much as a lot of...
She is so tall, by the way, Onigiri. Like, she's so pretty. Rima, we can see your mouse cursor hovering over certain parts. The one with Demon Dice was recent too?
The widening traditional fans like to believe. Many indie JP VTubers actually exploit this as well. If you use the godforsaken site known as Twitter, you might have seen a lot of these. A lot of VTubers bouncing their tits and showing their full naked bodies, and it gets them lots of views. Goonbait is and always will be a tried and true method for catching the attention in the internet. But perhaps on a VTuber's last attempt to find viewers, some take on one of the bigger gambles, breaking what used to be a big taboo in VTubing: political commentary. You see, traditionally, VTubing was supposed to be non-political. Like, there was nothing about anime e-girls that was supposed to reflect real-world current happenings. It was supposed to be a place for escapism. You don't fucking preach about BLM and...
Yeah, like, when I open a VTuber stream, I want to get fucking isekai'd, bro. I want to get isekai'd into their meme world that they're building for me.
Fuck ICE whenever you're live or you're tweeting, but you also don't preach about the fucking loss of Christian values or pearl clutch about sex workers. But as it is when niche nerdy things become mainstream, political people come in from all walks and backgrounds. It's always been a thing on Twitter, but they were largely ignored up until the big 2023, when Pikami and Silvervale were harassed by Twitter slacktivists because they dared to play the wizard game.
Yeah.
But then other communities started to form, and then other communities that were formed to counter them. It subtly started with people like Kershaw. Pipa also got roped into it. Bro doesn't want any of this bullshit in the industry and was never really part of the entire culture war. However, the identity politics crowd deemed her to be right-leaning because she hates that this poison was infesting the industry, and because Face Connect was, you know...
Damn, guys, I gotta build a world for Rima now. Yes.
Loved by 4chan. On the other side of the aisle, there were also multiple people making their declarations, like Uki Violetta of Nijisanji EN's blatant hate for white people, and Finana's Educate Yourself incident, claiming that the Japanese term trap was transphobic. This happened in 2022, but whatever. A lot of these politically charged incidents slowly but surely gave rise to a new breed of political figures. Now, we have seemingly right-leaning figures like Powder and Leaflet, while on the other we have Nyara and Anna Valens, Sorry, I could not think of any left-leaning, politically charged VTubers that had like a bigger platform. There's also more on Twitter, by the way. We now have lots of political...
Yeah, reason to clop. We don't need the politics slop in here. We don't. I think I agree with WestJets after all. There's no use arguing with these people. They're too deep in the trenches.
Commentators in VTubing who mostly just tweets about it and occasionally does a little bit of streaming or who doesn't stream at all. I'd explain more of the history about how this happened, but that's worth an entire video. Y'all are gonna have to settle on a super...
right, Safira the Norma. He could have named her, yeah. I don't think the others do. I don't know if Anna Valens does content. I don't think so.
Oversimplified version. All of this combined had VTubing develop its own battleground of political ideologies. Now more than ever, talking about politics is a risky yet effective way to grow your numbers, regardless of right or left. If you are a traditional VTuber fan, it's like a landfill was forming right outside your gated village. If you go outside the gate, you can definitely...
It's not really risky in that sense. It's like, you pick a side and you stick to it, and you get backlash from the other side, but the backlash from the other side doesn't matter. Actually, when you get backlash from your opposing faction, it plays into your hand. You are happy. You're actually super happy. If somebody from an opposite faction is talking shit about you, that's free content. And I think even like politicians operate that way. This is just like a basic it's like one of the key principles of communications and PR when it comes to especially internet PR.
Fucking smell it. It's gotten to a point that even it has attracted the attention of traditional fans who normally wouldn't participate in these kind of discussions. But in lieu of the happening being outside, some feel compelled to say their piece, especially Nijisanji fans.
Yeah, it gives you clout with your tribe. That's a good way of putting it. It's only risky if you're left-leaning, not risky from right side as much, but you get deplatformed from conventions and sponsors. That is true. That is true.
Because some members there are more politically driven than others. Though perhaps it was always inevitable that politics was going to invade VTubing. So, hey, you know, if you need a quick number or follower boost, say one of the two things. The N-word hard R and preach about Christianity or something, or that white people need to be cold and fuck the patriarchy, or something. But Nusagi...
Wait, you forgot about the Palestine stuff. Palestine buzzwords.
You ask, what if I'm not North American and these politics don't apply to me? Tough luck. Pretend to be a Westoid, I guess. Or maybe be racist towards Koreans and the Chinese instead. That usually works sometimes. All these strategies, from copying design elements, copying...
There's also... No, I think there's also a thing he's missing, and maybe he'll talk about it later. Like, for example, the... Yeah, Koreans getting random, like, pochos thrown at them. I think it's, to stand out from a crowd of so many voices, people go for shock value. It's kind of like the PETA thing, but how do you keep escalating the shock value? You know? How do you keep manufacturing drama to get that boost so it goes more and more extreme and more you go for, you know, the easy shock value words. So that's why we have the meme like just say the line VTuber now. It's a risky tactic though, because as quickly and firmly you gain devotees, you gain an equal number of enemies in an instance. It tends to backfire. The amount of enemies don't really matter unless some of them are like genuinely mentally ill and they'll try to harass you and take it IRL, which does happen. But even if you don't do that, you get those. So you get a lot of devotees. Fighting your enemies, you know, gives you more popularity, it gives you more clout, it gives you more sympathy. And it only backfires if you say something that goes against what your side promotes. That's when it becomes dangerous. Suddenly, you flipped on them, and that happens with all sides. it's not just one side or another does that, is as soon as you betrayed them, as soon as you stopped agreeing with them, then they dip. And this is where the fickleness actually lies.
And participating in rampant engagement, sympathy, and rage bait, the leeching, the trend joining, the drama farming, we'll
like
get into that
Elfin.
later, and the political grifting all scream one point. Everyone wants attention. That everyone, and I mean everyone, is competing hard for the limited attention and eyes VTubing has. VTubing ultimately has a cap on the numbers of viewers. The biggest VTuber that we have that is yet to be surpassed was Gargura at 4 million subscribers.
Yeah.
That is like less than 10 times smaller than the regular community. And it's one that hasn't really moved significantly since 2020. So everyone is a bit desperate. Everyone is struggling to keep their career sustainable and is often willing to do anything to reach the top or maintain their status quo, even if it means betraying, even if it means LARPing, even if it means sacrificing your mental health. And because everyone is having a difficult time, it leads to the next D in our pipeline, disillusionment. For the VTuber side, after the usual agency experience of being abused or sex-pested or even bullied by your own genmates, it might be a little hard to trust people again. But what is even harder is if the people you used to work with, like your genmates, started to actually be successful and climb the ladder. You know some of these people. They are not good people. How the fuck are they being rewarded? Another case, what if the acquaintance or friend that you've trusted so much that you've exposed your heart to ends up betraying you after 1 or 2 disagreements? Hell, another would be if a third-party company that you hired to deal with your shit ended up scamming you. Maybe the fans you've lovingly cultivated decides to abandon you after you're no longer the shiniest girl in the block. Or worse, if you do GFE, turn into an auntie after they just try to dox you and discover that you had a partner, or if you did something that they did not like. What does any of this mean for a girl? Disillusionment. The magic is gone. You see the industry for what it truly is behind the scenes. Different cabals scheming, conniving, and backstabbing their way to the top. A bunch of immature, high school-minded, and emotionally, intellectually stunted people who would dump an expose on your ass for a mistake that could have been talked out in private. A bunch of predatory...
There are some VTuber groups that get together and people are like, yep, I give it a month before Google drops are being dropped on each party. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm seeing this sentiment on Twitter a lot, but it's Twitter, so obviously, where there's a lot of people that view VTubing, and some of these people are not even content creators, like as like they're waging a constant war. And I'm like, wow, it must be exhausting to feel that way. And I even had this comment on one of my videos that was, they were not happy with me because they said I am too, I can't remember the exact words, but it's something like, you have too much good faith in the world, or yeah, you're like, you have gullible good faith. But they were roasting me. It was like harsher than that, but essentially they cited that as one of the stuff that I should get attacked for. And I was like, but it's literally like, I think some people see everything as a zero sum, where if they are gaining something, somebody else is losing. And if they're losing something, somebody else is gaining. It doesn't have to be that way. I believe that we can live in a world where, compromises are done and there's some balance. And it's not because I'm doing good that somebody else got to do horribly. And then it's also like, it's like an abundance mindset versus, oh my God, I'm always lacking. I'm always fighting for my life. I'm always fighting for my security. I'm always fighting people online. And every little threat against me, every criticism against me is about to topple everything that I have, And I mean, there's like a degree of self-preservation, of course, that you need to have if you're going to like have a career. but isn't it tiring to live that way? It sounds fucking horrible. Like, I don't get it. Oh yeah, rising tide mentality versus stepping stone mentality. I like that. Yes, I would want my competition to do well. That is so true. Which is why me and Parrot would like compete against each other and give each other like milestones to fight against. They made us work harder. That is true. That's such a good point. I always believed in healthy competition. But also, I guess it also depends with like if you've had like good role models in your life. If all of your role models in your life have like betrayed you and been like fickle, or everybody you've relied on has been bad to you, then of course you're gonna mistrust the world. But if you've met a lot of good people, if you've had strangers give you like random kindness for nothing in exchange, then you're gonna be more hopeful about the world. You're gonna find beauty in different things. Like, it's such two different stark mentality, and I don't know if they can even they are even compatible.
And exploitative individuals trying to siphon as much money and clout as they can from anyone they can snake out of. This medium that used to inspire so much creative spark in you has begun to develop a negative association, a feeling that looms so heavy it makes you want to give up on this industry. And that is a very, very sad thing.
Yeah.
And if you are a fan or an audience member, it's a bit simpler. The collapse of multiple agencies you might have been a fan of, the exposés and many mistakes of the creators you've loved, the vague posting, the frequent drama that they get themselves embroiled in or started, the side comments, the questionable decisions, all piled on top of each other, it plants a seed of doubt in your head. And that seed eventually grows. You just stop liking people. You just stop trusting VTubers, stop trusting VTuber agencies. That once source
that is literally what I was talking about.
Of boundless joyful energy from your favorite streamer group could get spoiled by one bad Google Talkie. Suddenly, you question if your Oshis are the people you thought they were. You notice how fake a lot of things seem. It is reminiscent of celebrity culture before the internet was a thing. People loved actors. People really only hated certain celebrities for superficial reasons like, you know, Justin Bieber gay or his music bad. But when the internet became a thing, they started yapping, and the more they opened their mouth, they revealed how dumb, malicious, or profoundly unlikable they are. In but half a generation, their carefully crafted PR and identities got broken down online because they cannot shut the fuck up. Such a thing is happening in VTubing. Even VTubers that used to be uncritiquable now have critics because of the things they do or say, and sometimes it's even because of things they don't do or say. Figures like Bao, Amalie, Ironmouse, Shylily, and even fucking Iago. Iago! While they are still beloved in the mainstream, doubts about their character had been planted already, and these doubts are no longer just living in 4chan boards and circles. They're a bit more widespread now, just waiting for their next drama so they can jump.
Unironically, 4chan is more moderated than Twitter now. That is not even a hot take. Which is crazy.
Like an alligator. And whether you agree or disagree with the criticisms around them, it's clear that the tides are shifting against the medium as a whole. And I think this is just a symptom of the greater point, that people are noticing. And when people notice, they do one of two things: step back or double down. Those that aren't unemployed or do actually touch grass prefer to step back. But because these are VTuber fans that are dedicated and parasocial to their favorites, and because these are VTubers that need their platforms to be alive, most industry members opt to actually double down. Thus, the next D happens: division. Every VTuber wants to grow, no matter fucking what. Everyone wants the industry to improve and expand, but everyone sees how to do it differently. Old school traditional VTubers and fans prefer to keep it as it is when they joined, character-driven, dismissive of drama, a space truly and purely for weebs and losers, light-hearted. Usually, these are your Hololive and small agency fans, and VTubers and VTuber fans who's been around since 2020 or 2021. Anyone that's adjacent to the JP side of the industry, really. But newer fans want to see it change. Bereft of idol culture, no parasocialism, able to show your faces, sanitized. These people came from the Twitch and Western streamer culture. So these two types of fans see certain acts or cultural aspects differently. For a few examples, traditional fans hate the trend hopping and engagement bait and the VTuber versus IRL because it's not something that VTubers of their era would do. It muddies how a VTuber could be counted and what a VTuber.
But that's not really true because 2.5D VTubers in Japan is extremely popular and has always been. Even from the 2020s. So that's not even true. That's like a made up thing that these quote unquote traditional fans have adopted. Like Kason, Rusia, all of that. Yeah, I think it's not a huge deal. People think too hard about it. The thing is, there's a human behind the avatar. And as much as you want to separate that from yourself, and trust me, I've tried, it's like impossible because you have a whole other life once behind your stream. You know, you can't just like cut yourself out completely. You try to, you know, put on the streamer persona and all of that. You try not to get into personal details, blah blah, for security reasons. You try not to talk about personal stuff because nobody's interested in that. People are here to, you know, for example, for my stream, they're here to come and hear my takes on some drama or tell you guys about the latest X situation. Is crazy slop. But at the end of the day, you can't just, no matter how hard you try, you can't just completely cut yourself. Like your identity, like you have a past, you have a future besides VTubing. That's unfortunately not going away.
Even means, whereas newer fans absolutely enjoy it or don't mind. Newer fans hate a lot of the JP-sourced cultures of VTubing such as lolly, idol culture, and even the character bits, whereas traditional fans are absolutely okay with these and even love parts of it. Traditional fans wants to keep real-world affairs and politics out of their anime girls and values professionalism and orderliness, whereas newer fans tend to value the lawlessness and wants to have current affairs follow them into their brand a lot of the time.
It's like, I don't... This push into like politics discourse is happening everywhere though. Like even I think on, like, my friend is in Mexico right now and she's like, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like she's on dating apps. And on people's profile on their dating apps, they're like, do not match with me unless you're pro X country or pro X other country. So some people are like making this their entire personality. I guess that's why they want to inject that into their content, but I really don't understand the appeal.
VTubing's very specific brand of politics, and you might even notice that it has a very interesting reflection onto actual real-world politics. My perspective is that old fans were taken in by VTubing's very niche appeal. VTubing had its set culture, similar to any community. Its target demographic were originally people like me, weebs, nerds, and losers. But when VTubing got popular, many opportunistic e-girls as well as predatory businessmen saw a golden opportunity. And when the large influx of these people came, they chose to dismiss many of its cultural aspects and turned it into an aesthetic choice, or a brand new buzzword that they can pitch to investors or something. Some of the new people coming in aren't really even weebs. They're tourists.
You've seen that on FB dating? You've seen that on Hinge? That's crazy.
that just saw what looks to be the cool new fresh hip thing or just wanted to have the feeling of identifying with something. I always mourn the death of a culture that were made by nerds and losers, because when said cultures became mainstream, a lot of what makes it soulful gets removed for something more normal. The current development of VTubing is just one of the mainstream's many victims, in my opinion. But at the same time, it's not like I liked all parts of the traditional culture too. For example, while I don't mind GFE or parasocial relationships and I even think it gets overly demonized, I also think that it's weird some traditional fans hate it when their Oshis talk to the opposite sex like a Holostar or Nijisanji member. That some people engage too deeply with it or have deluded themselves into thinking that these VTubers, these girls, are actually single. The tribalistic parts of idol culture is something I don't like. I don't like how certain bad situations are often downplayed because they don't like the negative air of drama, and they perpetuate this forced air of sanitation. And in relation to that, I don't like how hugboxy it feels most of the time. Some of these people actually worship the multi-million-dollar agency.
Yeah, it's almost it's almost impossible to talk about certain topics without getting like heavily criticized by their fan base, because they're like, no, it's got to stay positive, please, it's got to stay positive, and any deviation from this positivity, they're like, no, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to talk about us that way, you're not allowed to criticize the fan base. Every time I used to make a video like Hololive fan sent bomb threat to this person, for example, to this headquarter, everybody in the comment was like, this is not a Hololive fan, misleading title, blah blah blah, this is not true, there's no fans like that. But there is, like, truthfully, factually, he was a Hololive fan. And we were forced to change the title because of that. But I was just like, this is stupid, because he actually was a Hololive fan, though. He was just a deranged one. You can be a fan of many things. Like, they have a wide fan base. Of course, not every single person in that fan base is going to be, like, a good person or totally there.
And treat these adult women like they're toddlers. Criticism, even constructive, is not welcome. At the same time, something that I agree with the newer fans is self-expression. Being able to talk about problems in the industry is a good thing. Being able to do more with the concept of piloting a virtual character is cool, to a certain extent. For example, I think lewdtubing is fine, but even saying that is going to give me fierce pushback from traditional fans, and at the same time, it isn't enough to count me in as welcome in the newer fans' tribe. But why I am talking about this isn't to broadcast my opinion, it's to explain that my situation is only one of many, and it's a consequence of this big divide. Nuances are thrown out of the window to favor agendas and broader, more extreme narratives. You, as a fan or a VTuber, are categorized based off of vibes, based off of the VTubers that you watch, and you are supposed to help the collective push the agenda even if there are things you disagree with on your own tribe. I remember back in the day, there used to be cross-pollination.
The lewdtubing thing is stupid, man. Like, if you look at some of the oldest Hololive clips that went viral, they were super lewd. Like, and some of these corpo VTubers also had, like, PL accounts where they did, like, adult work. Some of the OG ones. Yeah, they used to call Hololive Eurolive. But to me, it just seems like we are okay with gooning. Like, we're okay to gooning to gacha woman. We're okay to gooning to anime woman. Like, that's cool, that's based, and all of that. But the second a real, like, female does it, then it starts being a problem suddenly. And I feel like this is an issue that's been that's gaining more traction the past, like, what, 2 years? I feel like this discussion wasn't really around before that. I also feel like it's made up, like it's a made up non-issue. Because if you just don't like it, then just don't interact with it. Like, just look, like, do something else. Go watch somebody else. I don't understand it. Women, I'm scared. I know. Women are scary. That is true. I can remember back in 2018-ish, there was some JP VTuber who went kind of viral for an NTR plapping stream she did. Old enough to remember when Neanners was in Touch Fluffy Tail OST.
Between cultures. Hollow and Twitch VTuber fans, for example, were like curious and generally welcoming citizens that wanted to meet with each other and see the sights of their nations. It used to be a big deal, and an entire event even, when a Hololive member would collab with a VShojo member or a Nijisanji EN member. For example, do we all remember the Romeo and Juliet memes of Kiara and Pomo? But again, as time passed on, the differences grew too big. Incidents such as the big Nijisanji EN Discord leak, the VShojo Nuxtaku situation, Salengate, the Wizard Game incident, and other politically laced drama created a sense of animosity between each other. And yes, there are still traditional fans that like new VTubers, and new VTuber fans that like traditional VTubers, but we rarely see cross-cultural pollination happen anymore. And I think that's a sad thing. Of course, between the traditional and new fans, they have their own sub-factions, right? Incidents like the Cinderdoki drew circles in the indie sphere, how that fandom doesn't even know if they should like Filian or not. The Holostars Axin and Sameko Sabadrot also tore a divide in the traditional group. Both are not as unified as you might think. I could draw a map of these groups of people, as well as their factions, but that would require me to go full autist mode and speculate like a motherfucker. Maybe I'll do that in another video or something. As a whole, these frequent clashes, these attempts to gain popularity, the disillusioned people who see the industry for what it is, culminate in the last D: drama. Aside from political grifting, engagement baiting, copycatting, virtue signaling, aesthetic stealing, and goonerism, there is also drama farming. Now obviously, I'm part of this problem. I've been making videos about VTubing since late 2021, and I originally didn't start covering drama a lot. I was broadly focused towards commentary and recalling events, but during the big 2024, I pivoted somewhat. And now I stream at least once a week talking about the drama that happens in the industry, and I upload highlights and clips onto my second channel. I have a passion for autistically talking about issues, events, and wider topics about VTubing as a culture and medium. That's what my main channel is for. But me doing drama was a natural step in the pipeline. And the thing is, it's successful. In fact, it is so fucking successful that sometimes even my highlights channel actually beats my main channel in terms of monthly viewership. But the thing is, I'm not the only one that did this, especially in 2024 and 2025. In fact, I would like to think I'm one of the slower ones. Kyo and False ID are gone, and some of the drama-hating parts of the industry celebrated that, but the thing is, they left a massive gap in the market. People that were worse or better were eventually going to replace them, and that gap, that demand, was filled in by creators like Kazahana and Lydia, fucking even Katliente to a certain extent. And that's only on the YouTube side of things. The drama coverage and discussion on the Twitter side is inarguably 100 times worse. On Twitter, it's not just drama and news tubers that talks about.
I mean, I don't think he meant it that way, but just for the record, I think Lydia and Kazahana are like they're okay. They're not doing a bad job. I think there's like bad examples. I don't think he was trying to give these guys as a bad example, by the way, but it sounded like that. But I know him, and he wouldn't think that. Catliente, though, we won't talk about her.
About news and drama, it's fucking everyone. Everyone has something to say about current event. So in VTubing, whenever something bad happens and if you're on the goddamn site, you're going to know or hear about it one way or another. And the sheer number of people—
he made a clear distinction of Lydia and Kazan are fine caddies. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Drama peddling makes the negative air around the industry thicker. So much so that 1 week without major drama is actually a godsend. VTuber fans can actually breathe for a bit, and I actually get to watch some streams. Blocking people like me isn't really even enough to stop drama from appearing in your timeline at this point.
No.
Again, you will hear about drama one way or another. Your timeline might—
it's not— you don't need content creators' drama for it to have drama. A single tweet can spark drama. Bro, the Demi thing, think about how it started. It was her saying she didn't want Not Safe for Work fan art. That's how it started. A single tweet. It can be something as innocuous as like a burner account making a tweet, by the way, which is how most of them starts right now. Because before, a burner account wouldn't get traction. But now you can make a burner account, drop a Google Docie on somebody, and then that Google Docie will be shared with like their fan base because of the algorithm.
Even get full of it, and it's only a matter of time and topic that you will eventually participate in it as well. The main point of this particular D, the core of it, is that negativity sells. Agenda posting, publicly throwing shade at people you don't like but did nothing to you, creating Google Docies for the most nothing burger issues, ignoring healthy communication with your peers so you can make a big stink about it, virtue signaling, and vague posting about the bad thing are all meta strats employed by VTubers big and small, even the ones that you know. Whether you want to admit it or not, a lot of VTubers start drama or exactly know what they're doing by saying or doing something inflammatory, whether for attention or for their own unspoken agenda. All of this compounds. Because people are having a difficult time gaining attention, there's going to be drama. Because
I think most of the time they get into drama due to like a stupid decision. Sometimes it's overblown by Twitter. Sometimes, you know, they did a little wrong, but not really a big one yet. But the backlash itself, combined with the people that come up to defend them, and then they realize, oh shit, this could work. And it's crazy because the first time they do it, usually they get defended a lot. And everybody's like, this is just, you know, V-tweeters. They're attacking them for no reason. This is stupid. Then they get a boost in following. Then they get addicted to the dopamine. So they're like, oh, I got to do it again and again and again. And then they start believing the things that they're saying too. In my head, maybe chat can tell me what you guys think there. To a certain degree, they must be believing what they're saying. Like, nobody can lie like this. I don't know. Or maybe they can. Maybe that's just me. That's just what people call grifting. But you know, like, when you're arguing with somebody and you're like not really offended at first, but the more you argue, the more like offended you get and the more into it you get, to the point where you start believing what you're saying. Like at first you might be arguing just to be playing devil's advocate, but then it gets heated and then you like really, it reinforces your position, even though you at first didn't really believe in it. I think there could be a little bit of that at play here as well.
people are disillusioned, there's going to be drama. Because people are divided, there is going to be drama. When the industry is filled and dominated by high school-minded people, this becomes a toxic and deliberate self-sustaining cycle. I think these are the main reasons why VTubing has become so negative. I'm sure you have something to say that I might have missed, but I think whatever you can think of will roughly fit into one of the 4 Ds.
Yes, sometimes that devil advocate's too hard that I forget I don't actually agree. True, the chat hyping them up surely plays into it, and there's definitely a big case of audience capture for several content creators. Props to those that can stand up to their audiences. It takes a lot of balls.
Again, admittingly, I am part of this cycle, but I guarantee you 99% of the creators and fans in this space are all part of the cycle too. Many of the VTubers you like might have also politically grifted or currently is, might have also done bad engagement bait or sympathy or rage baits up till now, might have virtue signaled and still do, might have grandstanded and still do, might have started or peddled drama and still do. We just need to be a bit honest with ourselves. Everyone has sort of a hand in setting precedents that made the industry a tiny bit worse. Worse in this case is subjective, but the discussion of it still breeds that same air of conflict, of negativity. And I think that's why we can't go back to the way it used to be. We were just so optimistic and captured by the magical nature of VTubing, now we don't have that figurative anesthesia anymore. However, even if that's the case, there is still a way to engage in VTubing that might preserve a little bit of that magic if it's still on your person. And it's to uninstall Twitter. No, seriously, just, yeah, uninstall Twitter. 99% of the drama comes from Twitter, okay? Or heck, a less effective yet sort of valid way is to block people. You don't want to hear about drama? Block it. You don't like certain VTubers? Block them and their fans. Yeah. To a certain extent, the happiest remaining VTuber fans are the ones that are ignorant of the bullshit that is going on in Twitter and usually just stick to their own circles.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think like uninstalling Twitter actually helps. Like, yes, if you're a viewer or a viewer or commentator, you can just walk away from all of that. But we've seen how stuff that happens on Twitter is starting to leak out IRL now. It's like they're all like feeding each other into this loop. And if you don't answer them on Twitter, they come into your chat. They go to all your other social media. They leave comments on your YouTube videos. Like, I don't have Twitter on my phone. I only see Twitter on my day off, or like when I'm working on a script or something. And still, I know that it leaks out.
Clip watchers who only watch the occasional VTuber clips or don't give too much of a fuck to delve deep into threads. Casuals who engage with a little bit of everyone. Stream watchers that focus their energy entirely on the VTuber and their group streams and only engage with the peers and community instead of everything else. Unironically, the one effective way that I've noticed the happier parts of the industry do is just to ignore everything else. No engaging with it, just
block them. We block them. Then they go on Twitter to complain about it, and then they rile up other people fan base with like their false narrative that they're creating, and then like, you know, your ops like take that to use it against you, etc., etc. Like, it's just like, you can decide not to engage with it, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the world is gonna stop engaging with it, is kind of what I'm trying to say here.
Ignoring it. Try doing that in 2026. Focusing all your energy into having fun instead of anything else was unironically the source of positivity in 2020. The rest of the world was negative, especially with the pandemic, but VTubers allowed an outlet to be able to have fun by ignoring the world for a bit. In a sense, just do the same thing that we've all done before, albeit more deliberate this time. Despite the flawed nature of VTubing and its people, I still call it my home. There's a reason I keep coming back to it even after my 10th graduation / hiatus. It's a fucked up place, but there's life here. It's still beautiful. There are still sights to behold, people to meet, subcultures and communities to explore, and 2D girls to simp for, obviously. So despite the absolute state of VTubing, I'm gonna stick around. And, you know, I hope some of the people watching this video still do too.
I think there's really cool stuff happening in the VTubing community still. Yeah, the next video is I made a mistake, but it's about him and his strike. I think there's some cool stuff. There's some positive stuff that is happening. There was FaceCon. That was a huge success. People were very happy about me uploading the highlight for that on my Clips channel. We just had... like, there's some Hololive concerts coming up. For this year, people travel a little bit less for concert because money's tighter, but there's always like cool events and stuff going on. I had a Saikuno allegations 4 days ago, but this happens months ago. World Cup reacts are peak. Yeah, the VTubers reacting to World Cup have been fun. FaceCon was awesome, yeah. The Jorp bit was everything you wanted and more. So cute! Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stick around because if we all leave, then there's only going to be negativity. And yeah, I mean, for sure, I do part like he did a part on the drama farming, and obviously I am part of that too. But I think that if I stop doing it, I'm not saying that like to have an ego or something, but I think everybody would be worse off. Like, yeah. Yeah. There's just so many things that we've debunked on this stream. We've debunked like decade-old narratives that turned out not to be true, but that was repeated across the community, whether it was on companies I liked, on companies I disliked. That didn't matter. If it was debunked, I debunked it. There's so many things we found out because of my incredible Discord community too. They're incredible sleuth as well. We've pieced stories together that nobody else had figured out. Just this year alone, we also made the devs of Expedition 33 Claire Obscure that were suing this indie manga artist, and because of our coverage, they dropped the lawsuit. So we can still do the right stuff while doing bad stuff. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. I mean, look, if I don't talk about it, somebody else will. That was a weird ass lawsuit. Haven't you thought of quitting the drama? No, not really, actually. No, I don't think so. I don't think I will, like that meme. I think I mean, sometimes I get tired of it, but I haven't thought of quitting because I'm not a quitter in general. No, exactly. Exactly. If one drama quits, it doesn't really matter because another content creator will take their space. It's a closed ecosystem, and the ecosystem doesn't really care about you in particular. It cares about how you can contribute to it. So if you leave that ecosystem, the ecosystem will close around you and they'll just produce somebody else. For better or for worse. Honestly, I don't see Rima shifting to a retro gaming channel. My gaming skills, I ain't sure. I think, but I'd like to cover more positive stuff from time to time. I like to shed a light maybe more on some cool stuff happening in the community. That is something that I have to like probably actively push for because the algorithm favor everything negative. Yeah, I do have a Dakimakura going on. That's non-drama, of course. We've had some gaming streams. We have some non-drama streams, of course. Rima, the other streamers are literally reading chat while driving. The bar cannot be lower. You are peaked. Thank you. Thank you. And thankfully, it's because of these streamers reading chat while driving that I get to look good in comparison to them. So thank you, the extra Emilys of this world. Everybody's got their place in the world, you know, the role to play. Yeah, we had the watch party streams. We need to do another watch party, by the way. You found me through the performance on my 3D concert for real? On which one? The Bitch I'm a Cow one or the Alizé song? JoJo was so great, dude. It was fucking peak. I need to watch season 6. So we could do that. Or we could watch something new. Or we could watch Uma Musume. both. They're also good. Bro, I molded recording those songs. I felt like I was so bad at singing. Oh, thank you, A Will. Stingray is really good. Or maybe we can watch a movie. You found me after my collab with Bonnie? Fuck, I gotta collab with Bonnie again, by the way. I'm gonna start, I'll reorganize some collabs after I'm done with my, like, 2 weeks of work. Get back on my feet a little bit. You know, there was a lot of drama lately. It was fun, we farmed, but, the collabs are fun too. It just requires a bit more energy and a bit more planning. Yeah, it's not about how good or bad. It's about putting some soul into it and hopefully get some laughs. Have some fun. Have some fun through all the negativity is what I want to do right now. That's my goal. Is I want people to have fun and not take things too seriously or we're all gonna go insane. True. I need to watch Uma Musume, so I need to fall in the hole. Really want to watch that Agnes Tachyon movie. Chat wants me to watch Rush Hour, their comedy slop suggestion. Thank you, Defaulty. We're all gonna die anyway. Oh, that one. I like the switch up here. That's funny. Comedy peak? I'm hating on your comedy peak. It's not Oscar slop, it's peak. You just hate it because it's good. Oh, Extra Emily is already live. She got unbanned and is already live. Wow. That was fast. How long did that even last? Like, not even 24 hours? Twitch really has a favoritism issue. More than they said Niji Sanji did, but I think Twitch a lot more. Alright. I gotta go. I gotta work on shit. She just needed a quick call into the CEO. Yeah, she's got it on speed dial. Alright. Bye, chat. Thanks so much for hanging out. And I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but if more stuff happens, I will. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody.